With Hai Yuetian's easygoing and extroverted personality, he was quickly able to learn who was inhabiting the 9th floor of the Immortal Welcome Palace after asking around in the busy market. The answer that he received immediately made him draw a sharp breath, but his expression remained unchanged as he hurriedly departed. What? The Long family? Han Li seemed to be truly taken aback by this. Indeed. I've already verified that not only are the Long family patriarch and some of their guest elders living on the 9th floor, even the current Long family leader and their spatial tempering stage elders are all there as well, Hai Yuetian replied with a concerned expression. That is indeed rather troublesome, but that's not the main issue, Han Li said as he narrowed his eyes slightly. What do you mean, master? Hai Yuetian was rather perplexed by this. The main issue is that I'm not on good terms with the Long family. If we were facing a normal body integration cultivator, I could pay them a direct visit to recover your junior martial brother. Generally speaking, unless they're completely desperate, they wouldn't want to cross another body integration cultivator like me. However, the fact that the Long family is concerned makes things a lot more complicated, Han Li explained in a cold voice. Hai Yuetian's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. However, that doesn't mean I can't recover your junior martial brother. I've already crossed the Long family once, so what'll it matter if I do it again? Besides, they may not detect me anyway. Yuetian, you go back to our Immortal Welcome Palace on your own, I'll return to join you soon, Han Li chuckled coldly as bright azure light suddenly erupted from his body, and he abruptly vanished on the spot. Hai Yuetian could naturally tell what Han Li was implying, and he was both surprised and elated by what he had heard. Thus, he immediately extended a respectful salute, even though Han Li was no longer anywhere to be seen, then rushed down the hill. A distance of several tens of kilometers was naturally covered in the blink of an eye for Han Li, and he reappeared in the air around half a kilometer away from the Immortal Welcome Palace. He looked on at the 9th level of the giant palace, and the image of a massive formation blueprint surfaced in his mind. The 9 Immortal Welcome Palaces were situated in different places, but according to his observation, the formations set up within them should all be quite similar. These restrictions were indeed extremely intricate and profound, but with so many powerful abilities up his sleeve, it certainly wouldn't be impossible to infiltrate this place without being detected. With that in mind, he pondered the situation for a moment before suddenly flipping a hand over to produce a shimmering silver piece of thin fabric. This was none other than the 1,000 transformation faces he had obtained from Lu Shui'er in the vast glacial realm. This was quite an extraordinary treasure, and Lu Shui'er didn't have the heart to ask Han Li to return it after he had saved her and Shikuan's lives in the dark beast forest, so it had remained with Han Li thereafter. He immediately tossed the 1,000 transformation faces forward before flicking his wrist, and a ball of azure light flashed from his storage bracelet, upon which a furry piece of golden beast hide was also tossed forward. He then made a hand seal before pointing at the 2 items one after the other, and the 1,000 transformation faces shuddered slightly before vanishing into the section of beast hide as a ball of silver light. The golden beast hide rotated on the spot before suddenly hurtling toward Han Li, then vanished in a flash. At the same time, a low roar erupted from Han Li's mouth, and his face abruptly underwent a drastic transformation. A layer of long golden fur suddenly sprouted from his smooth skin, concealing his original facial features. At the same time, blue light flashed from his eyes, and his pupils turned into a deep blue color. He was giving off an indescribably ferocious aura, and he stroked the golden fur on his own face as he murmured to himself, as expected, the beast hide of this golden arm ape really does work. I should be able to fool the members of the Long family now. He then took a deep breath, and black light flashed as 2 pieces of black veil suddenly appeared over his body. The 2 pieces of veil rotated around him before flying toward his body as 2 streaks of black light. In the next instant, Han Li's body gradually became blurry and indistinct within the black light before finally completely disappearing out of sight. Han Li looked down at his own body, which seemed to have turned completely transparent, and he nodded with a pleased look in his eyes. Of course, using the high zenith invisibility talisman would result in a superior concealment effect, but if he were to use that talisman, it would be difficult for him to unleash his abilities to break the restrictions he would have to face, so he could only settle for something else. Thus, Han Li flew directly toward the 9th level of the palace up ahead, and he quickly reached his target. All of a sudden, white light flashed, and a white light barrier appeared before him. Its surface flashed with lightning, and several arcs of electricity began to emerge. Han Li's expression remained completely unchanged as he extended a hand out of his sleeve before spreading his fingers, blasting forth several arcs of golden lightning in retaliation. As soon as the silver arcs of lightning hurtled toward Han Li, they were instantly nullified by the golden lightning in a completely soundless manner. At the same time, a layer of gray light appeared around Han Li's body, and he passed through the white light barrier as if it didn't even exist. A human-shaped hole appeared in the white light barrier, but Han Li was still nowhere to be seen. The hole then rapidly sealed at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye and returned to normal in an instant, following which the light barrier itself also quickly vanished. Moments later, 2 deity transformation stage guards flew out of the first floor of the immortal welcome place. They then rose up into the air, straight toward the same spot that Han Li had just infiltrated through. One of the 2 guards, a young man who appeared to be around 17 to 18 years of age, inspected the surrounding area before murmuring to himself in a perplexed manner, "I'm sure the restriction fluctuations from just now came from here, but there doesn't seem to be anything amiss." His companion was a thin elderly man with a goatee and short horns, and he suggested, perhaps it was only a bird that crashed into the restriction. Otherwise, the reaction wouldn't have been so feeble. The latter of the 2 was a demonic cultivator. "Surely you jest, brother Gongsun. If even a bird can draw a reaction out of the immortal welcome palace's restriction, then the restriction master responsible for this restriction should seriously reevaluate their craft." The young man scoffed with furrowed brows. "Hee, if it's not a bird, then it could be a spirit beast that strayed away from a nearby market, or perhaps a body integration stage senior unintentionally set off the restriction somehow. In any case, what are we going to be able to do about it? Forgive me for being blunt, but if someone really has infiltrated the immortal welcome palace, they're definitely here to challenge a certain body integration stage senior. Do you think that's something that we can stick our noses into?" The demonic elderly man chuckled. The young man contemplated this notion for a while before suddenly smiling as he said, "You're right, fellow Taoist Gongsun. Seeing as the restriction here hasn't been damaged, it really would be unbecoming of us to take this matter too seriously." "Ha, I knew you were a smart man. I have a flagon of exceptional spirit wine, why don't we enjoy it together?" A wide smile also appeared on the elderly man's face now that the young man had given up on the investigation. Thus, the 2 of them descended like a pair of good friends, paying no further heed to the restriction behind them. Elsewhere, a ball of silver flames emerged, then surged forth to incinerate a series of threads of light into nothingness. Immediately thereafter, Han Li appeared in front of a certain wall on the 9th floor. He cast his gaze toward the pristine white wall up ahead to find a series of silver runes of different sizes shimmering incessantly on its surface, presenting quite a mysterious sight to behold. A grim expression appeared on Han Li's face. These weren't just normal runes. Instead, they were the manifestation of a type of spatial restriction placed on this wall, which would render it immune to the effects of normal secret techniques and cultivation arts. Thankfully, he also possessed some spatial abilities, so it wouldn't be too difficult for him to bypass this wall. With that in mind, Han Li made a hand seal, and a ball of black light suddenly appeared on his glabella. A gash then split open on his forehead, following which a black demonic eye emerged. The demonic eye seemed to aim a glance at the wall before blasting forth a burst of black light toward it. A peculiar scene then ensued. In the instant that the black light came into contact with the white wall, the nearby silver runes suddenly faded into obscurity. Hanli let loose a low cry, and the beam of black light, which was around as thick as a human finger, abruptly became noticeably thicker. The white wall up ahead shuddered, and a small black hole that was around a foot in size was punched into it. A cold light flashed through Hanli's eyes, and the black light being emitted from his demonic eye was withdrawn, following which he flew into the black hole, and in the next instant, the hole vanished. Hanli emerged on the other side and found himself situated within a forest, standing right beneath a huge tree. What left him feeling quite awkward was that there was a middle-aged man and a beautiful young woman staring at him with incredulous looks in their eyes from less than 10 feet away. Hanli naturally immediately reacted, heaving a faint sigh as he suddenly lashed out with both of his arms. 2 loud smacks rang out, as his arms suddenly elongated to several times their original length, striking the 2 people in the room and sending them crumpling to the ground amid a dull thump. These 2 were only at the core formation stage and foundation establishment stage, so he didn't kill them, he merely injected a wisp of his magic power into their spiritual sense to knock them out. After that, Hanli made a grabbing motion toward the middle-aged man, and he was instantly drawn into Hanli's grasp. Azure light flashed from Hanli's face, and he immediately unleashed a soul search technique. After a short while, Hanli's darkened slightly, and he released the man before grabbing the woman and unleashing the same technique on her. After releasing her as well, he murmured to himself, so Qilingzi really was brought to the Long family, and that woman is the sister of the Long family leader. It's a pity that some of the secrets in the memories of these 2 were concealed by some secret techniques, so I can only glean very limited information from them. A slightly wistful look appeared on Hanli's face as he spoke. It wasn't a strange thing that secret techniques had been placed on the memories of these 2. All major families would take the same precautionary measures with their core members in case of this exact situation. However, the matters surrounding that woman clearly weren't supposed to be confidential information, so Hanli was able to glean it with ease. Not long ago, a woman that matched the description provided by Hai Yuetian had taken 3 other people to this place, and after having a conversation with the Long family leader, they were taken away to rest. One of those 3 other people was none other than Qilingzi. However, these 2 were unaware of where the 4 of them currently were. Hanli's brows furrowed slightly as he looked at the 2 unconscious people before him, and he suddenly stomped his foot onto the ground. A burst of yellow light surged forth, and a pit that was around 10 feet in depth silently appeared. He then swept a sleeve through the air, sending forth a burst of azure light that picked up the 2 before gently laying them into the pit. After that, Hanli made a hand seal before pointing a finger at the pit, and a burst of yellow light suddenly erupted from it. Following just a single flash, the pit vanished, and the ground returned to normal with no visible signs at all of what had just transpired. Only then did Hanli cast his gaze out of the forest, and he discovered that this level was indeed different from the one he was living in. Outside the forest was a vast expanse of murky white mist, within which the outlines of a city wall could just barely be made out. Blue light flashed through Hanli's eyes, and his body swayed as a layer of gray light appeared around him. This mist was clearly some type of profound restriction, and part of it fused with the gray light around Hanli, making him appear quite blurry and indistinct as well. After only advancing for just over 1,000 feet, Hanli reached the edge of the mist, and he discovered that a golden fortress surrounded by walls that were over 100 feet tall lay up ahead, not too far in the distance. There was a series of white-robed cultivators that either had swords or sabers strapped to their backs standing atop the city walls, and beyond the walls were many buildings and pavilions. At the very center of the fortress was a giant golden tower that was several thousand feet tall. Hanli wasn't concerned that these white-robed cultivators would be able to see him, and he cast his gaze directly toward the golden tower. According to the information he had just gleaned from those two members of the Long family, the tower was inhabited by the late body integration stage Long family patriarch, as well as the family's spatial tempering stage elders. However, right after the Long family patriarch secured that giant Atlas Arc blueprint from the auction, he immediately went into seclusion in the tower with several of the formation and tool refinement masters of the family to study the blueprint. As for the other body integration stage Grand Elder, he seemed to have some matters to attend to, and recently left the Immortal Welcome Palace. As such, there really was next to no risk of Hanli being discovered. As long as that Long family patriarch didn't suddenly sweep his spiritual sense through the entire fortress for no reason, there was no one else here who could detect him. With that in mind, Hanli didn't hesitate any longer. Black light surged around his body, and he flew directly toward a certain section of the city wall. One of the white-robed cultivators on the city wall suddenly felt a faint breeze blow past him, and he immediately released his spiritual sense while inspecting his surroundings but didn't discover anything. A hint of confusion flashed through his eyes, but he then shook his head and seemed to have convinced himself that the breeze had merely been a figment of his imagination. Unbeknownst to him, an outsider had just passed him by and landed on a pristine white street on the other side of the city wall. However, strangely enough, he had his eyes closed and stood on the street in a completely still manner as if he were trying to sense something. After a while, he opened his eyes, and a dark expression appeared on his face. I can't sense him anymore. Looks like someone must have stepped in to conceal my spiritual sense mark. In that case, I'll have to search through these rooms one by one. It's a good thing that this place isn't all that big, and there aren't that many spatial tempering cultivators here, so I should be able to track them down quite quickly. After that, Hanli drifted forward as an invisible breeze before vanishing into a certain pavilion. Meanwhile, the elderly woman and the others were seated in a pavilion that was extremely far away from Hanli. They had been joined by a purple-robed elderly man who had just placed a crescent-shaped jade pendant around Qilingzi's neck, and he said, "This piece of Moonheart jade is extremely effective for keeping out one's spiritual sense, so that person won't be able to sense him unless he's extremely close. You can rest easy now. Thank you for your kindness, brother." The elderly woman extended a grateful curtsy toward the purple-robed man. Her Dao companion also wore a grateful smile, while their son remained quite calm and collected. You two sure are bold to be crossing a body integration cultivator. If it's not for the fact that Ming'er has activated the true dragon bloodline, I wouldn't have accepted you no matter what. Even if you're my sister, no exceptions can be made for you. On top of that, you're prohibited from doing anything to that Daoist priest before our father comes out of seclusion. I don't think there's any issue with this, but it does concern a body integration cultivator, after all, so I have to consult father first. If you go against this, then don't blame me for abandoning you, the purple-robed man warned in a stern manner. Of course. I haven't seen father in many years as well, and I want to see him one final time. My Dao companion and I most likely won't be able to transcend our next major heavenly tribulations, so I'll have to entrust Ming'er to you, brother. Thankfully, Ming'er's aptitude should be comparable to that of the other young talents of the Long family after his chronic condition is cured, so he'll definitely be a bright prospect, the elderly woman said with a slightly forced smile and a forlorn look in her eyes. You can rest assured and leave Ming'er to me. As for meeting father, I'm not sure that can be arranged. As you know, the women of our family who insist on marrying someone outside of the family are essentially disowned. On top of that, our father is using the vastly renowned Heartless Dao cultivation art, so there's no way that he'll want to see you again. Her son's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and he immediately raised a hand to summon a translucent long saber, which he slashed toward the golden hand with vicious force. A crisp clang rang out, and a burst of piercing golden light erupted as soon as its blade struck the furry hand. The treasure then immediately exploded, and the young man was forced back several steps in succession from the resulting backlash. He threw up a mouthful of blood essence, then collapsed to the ground and was unable to stand up again. I've already cast a restriction around this place, so no one will hear you no matter how much you yell. You sure are daring to have captured this Taoist priest despite being aware that he has a powerful backer. Did you really think I wouldn't dare to retrieve him just because the Long family is involved? The frosty male voice rang out again. Immediately thereafter, spatial fluctuations erupted, and a golden figure appeared in the room. This was a golden demonic ape that was around 30 to 40 feet tall, wearing a suit of silver armor. The demonic ape had a pair of blue eyes and a mouthful of menacing fangs. An extremely ferocious aura erupted from his body, and there was also black baleful chiefs swirling around him, presenting a very menacing sight to behold. You're a demonic cultivator? How could this be? The elderly man exclaimed. A hint of astonishment also appeared in the woman's eyes as she struggled to keep them from rolling back into her head. Hee, why are you so surprised? Seeing as you clearly have a death wish, I'll send you on your way. A vicious light flashed through the golden ape's eyes, and golden light erupted from the fingers that were locked around the elderly woman's throat as Hanli prepared to snap her neck. No, Senior. Stop. The elderly man and his son both yelled out to try and stop Hanli, but they had both been rendered completely powerless by Hanli's attacks, and could only look on in horror and despair. A look of despair also appeared in the elderly woman's eyes when all of a sudden, a cold voice rang out from outside the room. You're also quite daring to infiltrate my territory and kill my descendants. As soon as the voice trailed off, a resounding boom rang out from up above, following which a huge purple hand that was around 10 feet in size tore through the roof. The hand had countless runes swirling around it, and it broke through the restriction that Hanli had set up before grabbing viciously toward the giant golden ape's head. Eccentric Long. The golden ape's expression abruptly changed as he let loose a low snarl, casting the elderly woman aside before reaching up with a hand of his own. His golden palm swelled rapidly in size to directly oppose the giant purple hand, and at the same time, he made a grabbing motion toward the puppet-like Qilingzi with his other hand. Boom! An earth-shattering boom erupted as a massive ball of golden and purple light appeared in the room, and the enormous spiritual pressure erupting from the clash instantly laid waste to the room's roof and walls. A cold harumph rang out from within the dazzling spiritual light, following which a golden figure sprang forth and reappeared over 1,000 feet away in the blink of an eye. You think you can get away? The owner of the purple hand roared in a cold voice, following which a streak of purple light shot forth in pursuit of the golden figure, and the former was even faster than the latter. Such a massive commotion had naturally alerted all of the people in the entire fortress, and countless streaks of light rose up into the air from all directions to see what was happening. In the blink of an eye, the golden figure and purple streak of light had rushed out of the city walls and flown into the white mist outside. By the time many of the Long family's cultivators arrived at the edge of the mist, a string of explosions were already taking place within the murky white mist. Immediately thereafter, a series of roars and enraged cries rang out, and two bursts of astonishing spiritual pressure erupted from within the sea of mist, causing the illusionary formation up above, which was simulating the sky, to warp and twist violently. The two bursts of spiritual pressure seemed to be evenly matched, and all of the nearby Long family cultivators couldn't help but exchange astonished glances with one another. They were naturally already aware that one of the people in the mist was none other than their patriarch, yet the other person still managed to hold their own. Could it be that this was another late body integration stage being? In that case, deity transformation and spatial tempering cultivators like them would essentially be committing suicide if they were to rush into the mist to join the battle. The Long family cultivators were led by none other than their family leader, who was the purple-robed middle-aged man. He was staring into the sea of mist with a shocked and enraged look on his face, but he was also quite hesitant to join the battle as he sensed the enormous spiritual pressure emanating from within the mist. Hee, family leader Long, would you like me to step in to separate them? A pleasant female voice suddenly rang out from behind the Long family leader. The purple-robed man's heart jolted upon hearing this, and he immediately turned around to find a beautiful yellow-robed woman who appeared to be around 17 to 18 years of age. The woman was standing behind him and appraising him with a faint smile. If Han Li were present on the scene, he would immediately be able to identify this woman as the vastly renowned Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns of the artifact spirit race. The purple-robed man was slightly skeptical toward the yellow-robed woman's motives, but he feigned an elated expression, and hurriedly said, "Senior Thousand Autumns. It would naturally be brilliant news for us if you could step in to help my father capture the man." "Capture him? I can't do that. Even if I were willing to, I may not be able to. Besides, I may be on good terms with your Long family, but I certainly can't just offend another body integration cultivator for your sake. All I can do is to separate them and end this battle," Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns said with a smile. The Long family leader hesitated momentarily before agreeing, "That would suffice as well. My father has expended some energy while taking care of some matters a few days ago, so it wouldn't be ideal for him to fight a powerful enemy at a time like this. All right, in that case, I'll... It looks like I won't have to step in, after all." Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns cast her gaze into the sea of mist as a slightly grim look appeared on her face. "What do you mean by that, say?" The purple-robed man faltered slightly upon hearing this, yet before he could even fully articulate his question, the ground near the entire fortress suddenly tremored violently. "Lady Li. Is that the one who married someone outside our family? When did she get here?" "Forget it, tell me about it later," the Long family patriarch said in an implacable voice. The Long family leader hurriedly answered in a respectful manner. Even though he was the Long family leader and the son of this Long family patriarch, all of that ceased to matter ever since the patriarch had begun using that heartless Tao cultivation art, which had gradually rid him of all emotions. It was quite a treacherous task to be interacting with the Long family patriarch on a daily basis, and even as his son, the Long family leader didn't dare to let his guard down for a moment. Was that the half-dragon transformation granted by the true dragon bloodline? It really is quite an eye-opening experience for me to see you face a demonic cultivator on equal footing with just your physical body alone, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns said with a smile as she slowly flew over from afar. "I'm a late body integration cultivator, yet I wasn't even able to take down that early body integration stage demonic cultivator. Am I supposed to be pleased with myself? Are you perhaps mocking me, Holy Maiden?" the Long family patriarch asked in a cold voice. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns was completely unfazed by the Long family patriarch's cold demeanor, and replied, "Hee, of course not, fellow Taoist Long. As we all know, demonic cultivators are vastly renowned for their powerful bodies, and in particular, ape-type demonic cultivators excel in this area. I'm sure I don't need to elaborate to you why it's impressive that you were able to face a body integration stage ape-type demonic cultivator in direct battle with your physical body alone. If you had unleashed some other powerful abilities, you would have definitely been able to take down that demonic cultivator in a short time. If you truly think that, I'm afraid you're dead wrong, Holy Maiden," the Long family patriarch suddenly said with a peculiar cold smile. "Oh. Did you discover something during your fight earlier?" Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns asked in a befuddled manner. Instead of replying to her question right away, the Long family patriarch turned to all of the nearby Long family cultivators, and instructed, "All of you, go back for now. I wish to speak to fellow Taoist Thousand Autumns alone." At the same time, the dragon horns and scales on his head and face faded away, and his golden eyes also reverted back to their original black color. All of the Long family cultivators naturally answered in a respectful manner before flying back to the fortress together, leaving the Long family patriarch and Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns to converse on their own. "From the precautionary measures that you're taking, I can't help but think that demonic ape seems to be no ordinary being," Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns remarked after everyone had departed. I suspect that he's from the Holy Island, the Long family patriarch said, and Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns was quite surprised to hear this. The Holy Island? Isn't that the sacred realm shared by your human and demon races? She asked. That's right. Otherwise, it's very difficult to explain how that body integration stage demonic ape could have appeared in the demon race. Once every 1,000 years, the Holy Island would select bright young talents from our two races to replenish their ranks. Countless years have passed since the establishment of the Holy Island, and no one knows exactly how many body integration stage beings there are on the island, but I estimate that there will at least be 20 to 30 body integration stage beings there. Aside from when matters that concern the survival of our two races arise, the body integration stage beings living on the Holy Island are prohibited from leaving the island. Is that not a favorable enough exchange for your spirit race? According to my knowledge, you artifact spirit beings don't even view waste spirits as equals, so it should be a fantastic bargain for you to be able to exchange them for so many giant Atlas arcs, the Long family patriarch replied in a completely expressionless manner. 10 is definitely out of the question. Our artifact spirit race does indeed look down on waste spirits, but according to the laws of the entire spirit race, passing waste spirits onto foreign races is a crime comparable to treason. We're willing to offer only 5 waste spirits per arc at most. On top of that, I'm taking a huge risk to facilitate this exchange with your Long family, yet you're only willing to offer a third of the giant Atlas arcs in return, so the risk and reward involved is completely skewed and disproportionate. Forgive me for being blunt, but if I had known from the beginning that the Long family would be so stingy, I would rather the blueprint fall into the hands of one of 3 sovereigns or 7 monarchs. I'm sure they'd be more generous and sincere than your Long family, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns said in an indifferent manner as she tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear. The Long family patriarch appraised Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns for a long while before finally speaking again. There's no need to try and goad me like this, fellow Taoist Thousand Autumns. I'm sure you're aware that the heartless Tao cultivation art I'm using has rid me of all emotional fallacies, so your mind games are futile. However, as a gesture of good faith, I'll make a compromise. We'll accept 8 waste spirits per arc, and we'll give your artifact spirit race 40% of all of the arcs that we refine, 40% and 8 waste spirits per arc. I can agree to the percentage share, but at most, I can only offer you 7 waste spirits per arc, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns said in a cautious manner. Alright, 7 it is, then. Now that that's settled, we have to discuss our collaboration in preparation for the imminent devilish tribulation, the Long family patriarch agreed after a brief pause for contemplation. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns was ecstatic to hear this, and a gorgeous smile appeared on her face. Of course. As long as the exchange can be smoothly facilitated, our artifact spirit race would be more than happy to continue working with your Long family. Please come with me, then, Holy Maiden. This is not a good place to talk, so let's return to the tower, the Long family patriarch said as he made an inviting hand gesture. It was as if he had already completely forgotten about that giant golden ape. But then again, how could a brief interlude from an early body integration stage demonic ape compare in importance to the survival of the Long family during the devilish tribulation? Meanwhile, the golden ape had already descended on a completely deserted mountain tens of thousands of kilometers away. When it had used the silver flames to break through the restrictions around the immortal Welcome Palace, it had naturally alerted the guards in the palace, but by the time they had arrived on the scene, the ape had already vanished into the distance. The guards were only at the deity transformation and spatial tempering stages, so there was no way that they would be able to catch him. As such, they merely set off in pursuit as a formality, despite knowing that their efforts would ultimately prove to be futile. After that, they sent some people to question some members of the Long family briefly, and they were stunned to hear that the perpetrator was a body integration stage demonic cultivator. As such, they could only turn a blind eye to the matter after doing some repairs. However, news of this body integration stage golden ape infiltrating the Long family's territory quickly spread like wildfire among the other body integration cultivators attending the convention, and many of them sent out their subordinates to investigate this matter, all to no avail. No one had ever heard of this giant golden ape before, and it had disappeared without a trace following the incident. This was quite frustrating to many people, and some of them also thought of the Holy Island. Of course, the giant golden ape was naturally unaware of all of this. At this moment it was situated on the summit of a mountain, and after inspecting its surroundings, golden light flashed from its body, upon which it transformed into a young man with a set of ordinary facial features. This young man was naturally none other than Hanli. He had used the 1,000 transformation phases to adopt the appearance of a demonic ape and infiltrated the fortress. After that, he was discovered by the Long family patriarch, and he was forced to use his 12 awakening transformations, adopting his giant mountain ape form to clash with him. With his immensely powerful physical constitution, coupled with the enhancements he received from his 12 awakening transformations, he was naturally able to hold his own against the Long family patriarch. But at the same time, he was quite stunned by his opponent after the latter had adopted his half-dragon transformation. However, Hanli had only used around 50% to 60% of his power during the battle, and the Long family patriarch had also clearly held back. Otherwise, it was very likely that their battle would have demolished the entire immortal Welcome Palace. Hanli didn't know why the Long family patriarch had held back, but he was certainly more than happy to be allowed an easy escape. At this point, he was already too far away, and with the vast number of human and demonic beings on Nine Immortal Mountain, there was no way the Long family would be able to track him down. After reverting back to his true form, Hanli turned toward Qilingzi, who was still standing still on the spot like a wooden puppet, and he heaved a faint sigh. He then made a hand seal, and a streak of azure light shot forth before vanishing into Qilingzi's body in a flash. Qilingzi shuddered, and his wooden expression twisted before he let loose an involuntary moan. He then suddenly opened his mouth to expel a clump of black qi enveloped by a ball of azure light. A few moments later, Qilingzi's eyes regained their clarity, and as soon as he caught sight of Hanli, he asked in an elated manner, "Master, what are you doing here? Wasn't I abducted by some old woman?" It was quite clear that he recalled nothing of the ordeal that he had just suffered through. "Humph, if I hadn't come after you, you would have ended up disabled and probably dead. I'll tell you what happened on the way back. Let's leave this place first." Hanli had no intention of disclosing too much here, and he swept a sleeve through the air to release a vast expanse of azure light, which swept up Qilingzi before Hanli flew away into the distance. As promised, Hanli gave Qilingzi a recount of everything that took place on their way back, and after learning about the extremely perilous ordeal that he had just suffered, Qilingzi fell completely silent, in stark contrast to his normal talkative and energetic nature. Hanli was rather surprised by this, yet just as he was wondering whether this disciple of his had finally learned the meaning of fear, he suddenly began to scream profanities at the top of his lungs, cursing the elderly woman and the Long family. He was so worked up that his cheeks had turned bright red and spittle was flying from his mouth, looking as he had such a vendetta against the Long family that neither could live while the other survived. Hanli faltered initially upon seeing this before bursting into laughter. In the end, he said, "All right, that's enough. If you want to seek vengeance on the Long family, I won't stop you, but you have to become powerful enough to do so first. At this point, you're nothing more than a mere ant in the eyes of the Long family, and they can crush you with ease, so you have no right to challenge them. If you really want to stand up for yourself, then progress to the body integration stage first. Also, I don't want you to show your face in public anymore. After we get back, I'll teach you some cultivation arts and give you some treasures and pills. After this incident dies down, I'll send you and Hayua Tian away from this place, and you two have to go to Deep Heaven City as quickly as possible. Once you get there, join the city guards for a few years first as training. Yes, Sister Sewer, the little girl immediately replied before opening her mouth to expel a faint yellow translucent bead that was only around the size of an egg. Hanli was slightly taken aback to see this. The demon beast materials you requested are relatively taboo items among us demonic cultivators, so we stored them in this special bead rather than an ordinary storage bracelet. This is a half-shimi treasure that a senior of our race failed to refine, but it has far greater storage capacity compared to normal storage treasures, and it can also be refined directly into one's body, so it's quite secure and discreet, Qin Sewer explained with a smile. A half-shimi treasure. That's quite rare. An intrigued look appeared on Han Li's face as he raised a hand before making a grabbing motion to draw the bead into his grasp. At the same time, a serious look appeared on his face, and he injected a wisp of his spiritual sense into the bead. In doing so, he discovered that it was filled with all types of precious demon beast materials that were piled up into a small mountain. There were also some other containers that were undoubtedly carrying some more valuable materials, presumably including things like the inner cores of high-grade demon beasts. With Han Li's powerful spiritual sense, he was naturally able to assess everything in an instant, and even the items in the containers were tallied in the blink of an eye. You've indeed gathered most of the items on my list. I must say, I'm very impressed, Han Li said as a smile finally appeared on his face. I certainly can't take all the credit, Senior. I contacted some good friends from other races, and it took all of us an enormous amount of time and effort to just barely track down all of these items, Qin Sewer said with a wry smile. In any case, you fulfilled your end of the agreement, so I certainly won't go back on my word. Please examine these myriad-year spirit medicines and see if there'll be sufficient compensation, Han Li said with a pleased nod before flipping a hand over to produce a faint red storage bracelet, then tossing it toward Qin Sewer with a flick of his wrist. Qin Sewer's eyes lit up as she raised a hand to draw the storage bracelet into her grasp, then carefully injected her spiritual sense into it. Meanwhile, Han Li began to transfer the demon beast materials from the bead into his storage bracelet without any hesitation. Qin Mayer pouted slightly upon seeing this, but she didn't dare to say anything to stop him. It was quite clear that she felt Han Li to be too overbearing in transferring the items before her sister had even finished verifying the spirit medicines. However, the demon race respected power even more so than the human race, and Han Li was a body integration cultivator, so she could only swallow her complaints. Thankfully, Qin Sewer finished her examination very quickly, and after withdrawing her spiritual sense from the storage bracelet, a hint of elation intermingled with bewilderment appeared on her face. Thank you, Senior Han. I noticed that there are more myriad-year spirit medicines in here than what we initially agreed on. May I ask what your intentions are, Senior? She asked in a hesitant manner. Instead of answering her question, Han Li asked in a calm manner, Fellow Daoist Qin, are you aware of the tribulation that's about to befall our two races within the next 1,000 years? Qin Sewer's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, and only after a while did she murmur, Are you referring to the devilish tribulation, Senior Han? So you're already aware of this. Indeed, the devilish tribulation is imminent, and in order to ensure self-preservation, everyone aware of this information is doing everything they can to accumulate more power. In a short time, there will most likely be a severe shortage of spirit medicines and materials among our two races. As a precautionary measure, I plan to continue our deal. You and I can continue to exchange for items that we need prior to the devilish tribulation, but next time, I'll be asking for other things that can only be found in the demon race outside of demon beast materials, Han Li said in a serious manner. I only unintentionally stumbled upon this information about the devilish tribulation during the past few days. As for continuing our exchange, I would certainly love to. If you need anything, you can go directly to any of the shops opened by the Heavenly Fox race in Deep Heaven City and leave me a message there. For now, I'll be taking these spirit medicines. Thank you again, Senior, Qin Sewer agreed without any hesitation. No matter how many myriad-year spirit medicines she obtained, the supply would be exhausted in a very short time. A main contributing factor behind her rate of cultivation progression lay in the myriad-year spirit medicines that Hanli had provided her with in the past, so she was ecstatic that Hanli was proposing to continue their exchange. "All right, I won't stay here for any longer, then. I wish you luck in finding what you need during the rest of the Myriad Treasure Convention." Seeing as everything had been said and done, Hanli had no intention of lingering any longer and stood up to take his leave. The Qin sister naturally accompanied him to the ground floor before bidding farewell to him in a respectful manner. After returning to the shop, Qin Mayer asked in a puzzled manner, "Sister Sewer, why didn't you bring out that thing? We expended so much effort to get it. Wasn't your objective from the very beginning to exchange it for more myriad-year spirit medicines?" "A few days ago, I would have naturally done that, but I received an invitation slip for the Black Realm Exchange Conference from a demonic senior yesterday. I want to see if I can exchange that thing for something better during that convention. If not, I can exchange it for myriad-year spirit medicines with that man as a backup plan. In any case, he's expressed the urge to continue our exchange, so I'm not in any hurry," Qin Sewer explained in a confident manner. "All right, seeing as you've made up your mind, I have nothing to say. However, that item isn't very useful for us demonic cultivators, but it's like a ticking time bomb in our hands. If word were to spread that we're in possession of such a thing, we'll most likely be hunted down and killed, so it's best to get rid of it as quickly as possible." Qin Mayer nodded in response, but her concerns clearly still hadn't been completely erased. "Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. This is why I didn't dare to reveal it on all those normal markets and decided to save it for this Black Realm convention," Qin Sewer said in a serious manner. At this point, Hanli was already on the way back to the Immortal Welcome Palace, and he was naturally unaware that by expressing the urge to continue working with the two demonic women, he had unwittingly missed out on a treasure. "It's you." Hanli appraised the purple-robed young woman before him with a surprised look on his face. This was none other than Dyer, the demonic woman who had accompanied the Black Phoenix monarch. She was only at the early deity transformation stage, but it was said that she was extremely beautiful and was very renowned among the younger generation of the demon race. She was also clearly very much adored by the Black Phoenix monarch as well. However, she had been quite cold toward Hanli when they had first met on the flying immortal peak, leading Hanli to wonder whether she really was the same Dyer as the one that he knew. As such, it naturally came as quite a surprise that she was suddenly paying him a visit. "Greetings, fellow Daoist. Could it be that you were sent here by fellow Daoist Xiao?" Hanli asked in a calm manner. "No, I wanted to come and see you for my own reasons," the purple-robed woman replied, and her voice was very pleasing to the ears, like the crisp chirping of a lark. "You wanted to see me?" Hanli's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. "That's right. I would like to speak with you in private," the purple-robed woman confirmed as she cast a quick glance toward Haiyue Tian, who was standing off to the side. "Go somewhere for now, and don't come in unless I call for you," Hanli instructed as he turned to Haiyue Tian. Haiyue Tian was very interested in what relationship this woman shared with his master, but he naturally didn't dare to go against Hanli's orders, so he could only forcibly repress his own curiosity before departing after extending a respectful bow. As for Qi Lingzi, due to the incident with the Long family, Hanli didn't even permit him to show himself in front of outsiders, so he naturally wasn't present on the scene. There were people who were aware that Qi Lingzi was an in-name disciple of his, but Hanli wasn't concerned at all even if the Long family patriarch were to learn this information and seek him out as a result. He naturally had countless alibis prepared that could completely detach himself from that giant golden ape as two different beings. After Haiyue Tian departed, the purple-robed woman immediately flipped a hand over to produce a handkerchief that was shimmering with faint white light, then offered it to Hanli with both hands for examination. Hanli's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and he sighed, "So it really is you, Dyer. This handkerchief was only a low-grade spirit tool that he had given Dyer when she was only a little girl. It didn't have any value to speak of, and it barely served any purpose. However, Dyer was very fond of it and kept it with her at all times. Now that she was bringing it out for Han Li's inspection, it was quite clear that she was the same little girl from back then. A slightly complex look appeared on her face, and after a brief silence, she suddenly raised her hand before plucking out a smooth black hairpin from out of her luscious locks. In the next instant, a ball of black light erupted from the phoenix hairpin, following which it transformed into a black feather that was around half a foot in length amid the cry of a phoenix. Almost at the exact same moment, bright white light erupted from her face, making it very difficult for one to look directly at her. Even though Han Li had cultivated a spirit eye ability, he was caught completely off guard and forced to close his eyes for a split second. Blue light then flashed through his pupils as he instantly reopened his eyes, peering through the white light, and a peculiar look appeared on her face. After the white light faded from her face, a set of exquisitely beautiful features that resembled those of a celestial maiden were revealed. Setting aside her unique disposition, her facial features alone bore a strong resemblance to those of Nan Gongwan. Anyone could easily mistake the two of them as twin sisters. However, upon closer inspections, differences could be derived between the two. Nan Gongwan's features were more gentle, and she appeared to be more benevolent and approachable. In contrast, Dyer's facial features were just as intricate, but they were slightly colder and more aloof. Through his bright-sight spirit eyes, Han Li was certain that this was her true appearance, and wasn't the product of any disguise or illusionary technique. Even now, he could still see a resemblance between her current appearance and that of Dyer's chubby and adorable face as a little girl, but there was naturally quite a stark contrast. Han Li stared at this familiar yet alien face, and despite his calm and steadfast nature, he was rooted to the spot, at a complete loss for words. "Uncle Han, do I look similar to Aunt Nangong now?" Dyer asked with a hint of a smile on her face. Han Li forcibly repressed his astonishment as he asked, "What happened? How did you take on this appearance after growing up? Have you seen Warner somewhere before? I only learned Aunt Nangong's name from you, so how could I have seen her before?" Dyer chuckled, and the smile on her face immediately erased her slightly cold disposition. "Now that you mention it, some of the details from back then are coming back to me. However, I still don't really understand. How did you?" Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly in a hesitant manner, seemingly having recalled something, but was also unsure of something at the same time. "Back when we were hiding under that pile of rubble, you told me many spectacular stories, all of which were about you and Aunt Nangong. On the final day, I wouldn't stop crying and kept on insisting to see my mother, so you brought out a jade slip that had Aunt Nangong's portrait inscribed on it to try and console me," Dyer recounted in a soft voice. Han Li's mind also wandered back to those days upon hearing this. At the time, the city had been destroyed by a beast tide, and he had hidden with Dyer under a pile of rubble. The memory brought a faint smile to his face, and he chuckled. "At the time, you had a very adorable round little face. I recall all of that very clearly as well. I obtained my current appearance after reaching the metamorphosis stage, and my form was reconstructed through the stimulus of my Black Phoenix bloodline. As for why I took on this appearance that resembles Aunt Nangong so closely, I don't know of that myself. Perhaps it's because the portrait of Aunt Nangong on that jade slip had left with too deep an impression, so I instinctively strove toward that appearance during metamorphosis. As a body integration cultivator, I'm sure that you're aware that demonic cultivators like us have no bearing on what appearance we adopt during metamorphosis, so most of the process is outside of our control," Dyer said before biting down on her lower lip in a display of embarrassment. "I see. In that case, it does seem quite plausible." Han Li nodded in an enlightened manner, but he still couldn't help but feel slightly shaken as he appraised Dyer. Not long ago, He had just encountered Qin Suer and was startled by her great captivation technique, which allowed her to manifest the appearance of Nan Gongwan, and now, he was greeted by another person who bore such a strong resemblance to his beloved Dao companion. Could this be a sign? Could it be that something had happened to Nan Gongwan? It seemed a little superstitious to be drawing such conclusions, but as a cultivator, Hanli couldn't help but be inclined to believe in such things. As such, his brows furrowed slightly in an involuntary manner, and he became slightly concerned. At this moment, Dyer continued, "I've never forgotten what you did for me all those years ago, but there's a clear divide between humans and demons, after all, and I didn't want to cause any trouble for you, so I intentionally gave you the cold shoulder when we first met several days ago. Back when I first arrived at the Black Phoenix Palace, I didn't meet my birth father first. Instead, Dyer suddenly began to recount her experiences in the Black Phoenix race after she had parted ways with Hanli. The stories were rather mundane, but she seemed to enjoy telling them and had a smile on her face the entire time. Hanli listened patiently to her recount, and a soft and gentle look gradually crept into his eyes. They chatted for several hours, and only then did Dyer suddenly recall that there was something she had to do, upon which she reluctantly bade farewell to Hanli. Hanli didn't try to keep her any longer. Instead, he imparted on her some words of wisdom as a senior before calling Hai Yuetian into the room to accompany Dyer out of the hole. After she departed, the smile on Hanli's face faded, and he heaved a forlorn sigh as he sat in silence alone in the hall. Not long after that, Hai Yuetian reappeared in the hall and respectfully informed Hanli that Dyer had already departed using the teleportation formation. At this point, Hanli had already reverted back to his normal calm expression, and he instructed, "Go get your junior martial brother and come see me in my room." After that, Hanli rose to his feet before making his way back to his room. Hai Yuetian's eyes lit up in response, and he hurriedly accepted this instruction before rushing off to find Qi Lingzi in high spirits. The next morning, Hanli departed from the Immortal Welcome Palace and appeared on a hill that was completely devoid of human and demon presence. He sat down on a large rock before closing his eyes to rest, and he seemed to be waiting for someone. After a while, a streak of light flashed through the air, and a humanoid figure appeared on the hill. "You sure are early, fellow Daoist Han. Looks like you're very much looking forward to the Black Realm Exchange Convention," the humanoid figure chuckled as he cupped his fist in a salute toward Hanli. This man was none other than Daoist Master Myriad Bone. "Hee, I am indeed looking forward to this. However, I decided to come early as a precautionary measure. This is my first time attending this convention, and I was afraid that I would miss it." Hanli replied with a calm smile. "Rest assured, the time given to us is definitely accurate. However, prior to setting off, I have to caution you on some matters so you don't incur any unnecessary trouble during the convention," Daoist Master Myriad Bone said as a serious look appeared on his face. "Go right ahead, fellow Daoist, I'll be sure to keep everything you say in mind." Hanli was slightly taken aback by the cautious demeanor that Daoist Master Myriad Bone had adopted. After that, Daoist Master Myriad Bone disclosed to Hanli some of the rules and taboos of the Black Realm Exchange Convention, and Hanli listened in a careful manner. Around 10 minutes later, Daoist Master Myriad Bone looked up at the sky, which was still a little dark, and he smiled as he said, "It's about time. Let's go to the entrance together. There are always many entrances for the Black Realm every time this convention is held, so the place that we're going to will probably have only 4 or 5 people at most. However, before we go there, we have to conceal our true appearances. Having said that, there's no need to do anything drastic. There are restrictions in the Black Realm that limit spiritual sense, so just a normal disguise will suffice. It's best not to be recognized by other fellow Taoists prior to entering the Black Realm. Of course, even if you do get identified, it's still not an issue. You can just change your disguise after you enter the Black Realm, and I'm sure you'll be unrecognizable again." As expected of a veteran who had attended this convention on multiple occasions in the past, he had a lot of experience to offer. "Thank you for your guidance, fellow Taoist Myriadbone. I know what I need to do now," Han Li replied with a smile, and at the same time, a layer of gray light appeared all over his body, completely concealing him within. This was none other than his divine essence fused light. With this light around him, it would be very difficult even for other body integration cultivators to assess his true appearance with their spiritual sense. Taoist Master Myriadbone also followed suit, making a hand seal to summon to release a layer of black qi around himself. After that, the two of them flew away from Nine Immortal Mountain together. Meanwhile, many other body integration stage beings and some other mysterious cultivators also departed from the mountain range. However, all of them were flying in different directions. Several hours later, the sky had finally brightened into daylight, and Han Li and Taoist Master Myriadbone descended into a bleak and barren valley outside of Nine Immortal Mountain. There were already two people waiting there, one of whom had golden light shimmering around their body that was so dazzling that the onlooker would struggle to look directly at them. In contrast, the other person's body was as faint and indistinct as smoke, so there was no way to identify them either. These two were standing quite far away from one another, one in the south and one in the north, and they only cast a quick glance at Han Li and Taoist Master Myriadbone upon their arrival. It was quite clear that they were companions like Han Li's duo. Han Li merely glanced at them and didn't release his spiritual sense. This was because Taoist Master Myriadbone had told him that it was extremely taboo for any beings to use their spiritual sense on other participants of this convention. At best, one would escape with a warning, and at worst, one would receive physical punishment for this transgression. Han Li was in support of this rule as well, so after finding himself unable to identify those two with his eyes alone, he immediately withdrew his gaze. He was confident that his bright-sight spirit eyes would be able to see through their disguises, but if they had cultivated certain special secret techniques, then they would be able to detect his scrutiny. He didn't want to draw any trouble to himself before he had even entered the Black Realm. Thus, Han Li and Taoist Master Myriadbone found a place with a relatively high altitude and was quite far away from the other two to settle at. All four of the people present had concealed their true appearances, and no one was interested in making conversation, so the atmosphere was slightly awkward. There was no other sound to be heard aside from the faint rustling of the wind. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he calculated how much time was left, and after around an hour, a ball of green light appeared in the distant sky before hurtling toward them at a rapid speed. After just a few flashes, the green light plummeted from above like a meteorite, looking as if it were about to crash heavily down onto the ground, yet it abruptly decelerated when it was still several tens of feet above the ground, then continued to drift downward before making a completely silent landing. Han Li glanced at the humanoid figure within the green light to find that they were situated right at the center of the other four people present. After quickly looking around at everyone else, the figure within the green light seemed to put on a smile before taking a seat with their legs crossed, displaying no intention to move anywhere else. Han Li initially faltered slightly upon seeing this before a faint smile appeared on his face, as if he found this person to be rather interesting. In contrast, Taoist Master Myriadbone appraised the humanoid figure within the green light with slightly furrowed brows, seemingly having thought of something. According to what Taoist Master Myriadbone had said, they were the 5 people who were going to be entering the Black Realm from this particular location. Over an hour later, Han Li suddenly sensed a burst of peculiar fluctuations radiating from within his sleeve, and he immediately reached into his sleeve to pull out that triangular black badge. There was a layer of white light flashing incessantly over its surface and fluctuating in brightness, seemingly resonating with something. Han Li was elated to see this, and he raised his head to look at the other 4 people present. They had also produced the same badges, all of which were flashing with white light as well. Right at this moment, a dull rumbling sound suddenly rang out in the air above the valley, following which a burst of powerful spatial fluctuations erupted forth. All 5 of the people present were slightly startled by this, and they looked up in unison to find that a blanket of dark clouds had appeared in the bright blue sky above the valley. Within the dark clouds, arcs of silver lightning were flashing silently before instantly intertwining to form a bowl. A resounding thunderclap rang out, and a massive silver gate abruptly appeared. The gate was over 100 feet tall and had profound antiquated patterns on its surface, as well as silver runes surging around it, presenting a very spectacular sight to behold. All of a sudden, a buzzing sound rang out from within the massive silver gate, and the surrounding runes tremored before faltering on the spot in unison. After that, the gate was slowly opened up ever so slightly, and a streak of black light shot out from the other side. A humanoid figure flashed, and a mysterious cultivator in a long black cloak emerged before hovering in front of the gate. This person had black chi swirling around their entire body, and they remained completely silent as they appraised everyone down below with a bone-chilling gaze. This person's aura was extremely strange, seemingly extremely powerful at times, but almost non-existent in other times. It was as if they possessed an extremely unstable cultivation base. What kind of cultivation art was this? Hanli couldn't recall any cultivation art that fit this description, and a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. The figure enshrouded in golden light seemed to have also attended this Black Realm Exchange convention in the past, and he asked in a resounding voice, "Are you the guidance envoy of the Black Realm?" The black-robed figure ignored the golden figure, and a burst of green light flashed through their eyes as they said in a menacing manner, "Did you all bring your guidance badges? If so, I'll take you into the Black Realm. Those who try to enter the Black Realm without guidance badges will be killed on the spot." The black-robed figure's voice was very sharp and piercing, and it was impossible to tell whether this was a male or female voice. The golden figure harumphed coldly, clearly displeased with the black-robed figure's display of arrogance, but he didn't say anything in the end. As for Hanli and the others, they naturally weren't going to interject either. Seeing as none of the 5 people down below had any objections, the black-robed figure immediately flipped a hand over to produce a treasure that resembled a shimmering silver drumstick. He raised the treasure and struck the giant gate with it, upon which a crisp crack rang out, and the silver gate was completely flung open amid a dull rumbling sound. Hanli cast his gaze into the gate to find that there was nothing more than a vast expanse of inky blackness beyond the entrance. The place was completely devoid of light, as if it were a world of boundless darkness. It really did live up to its name of a Black Realm. Just as these thoughts were running through Hanli's mind, the guidance badge in his hand suddenly became scorching hot, and in the next instant, it exploded into balls of black light that enshrouded his entire body. At the same time, the air tightened around him, and a burst of invisible force hoisted him upward, carrying him directly toward the giant silver gate. Hanli was slightly alarmed by this, but he looked around to find that the other 4 people had also been carried up into the air by black light as well, and his heart was put at ease. In the blink of an eye, all 5 of them had disappeared into the black world beyond the giant gate one after another, and after verifying that nothing was amiss, the black-robed figure struck the space on either side of the gate with the silver treasure before also entering the black world. The same rumbling sound rang out once again, and the giant silver gate slowly closed, then dispersed into countless arcs of lightning amid a loud thunderclap. The nearby dark clouds also instantly vanished after the arcs of lightning vanished, and the dark sky returned to its former brightness. Hanli was situated within the black light, inspecting his surroundings with a curious look on his face. Even after entering through the silver gate, the 5 of them were still enshrouded in black light and hovered in the air in a straight line. After entering this mysterious space, Hanli had completely gleaned the nature of this dark world. There was a sea of mist formed by bursts of black chi all around him, and some of the black chi appeared to be quite normal, yet others were extremely violent and tore through everything in the surrounding area in a frenzy, forming powerful black tornadoes in the process. However, what drew Hanli's attention the most were the demon beasts up ahead. There was quite a large number of these demon beasts, and their auras differed significantly from those of normal demon beasts. This was a huge black hole that was over 10,000 feet tall and had an area of several square kilometers, so it was very hard to miss. When Hanli and the others landed on a plaza in front of the hall, they were greeted by 2 rows of women wearing black veils garments who were waiting for them in advance. These women's faces had all been concealed by black veils, but they all had extremely alluring figures, and their aura suggested that they were all at or above the core formation stage, so they were superb subjects for dual cultivation. As soon as Hanli and the others descended before them, the 5 women at the front of the group made their way toward them in an elegant manner. One of the tall and slender women with skin as fair as snow extended a graceful curtsy before speaking in an extremely alluring voice. "We pay our respects to our seniors. From now on, please allow us to serve you. If you have any questions or needs, we'll do our best to answer and satisfy them. There is still some time before the commencement of the convention. Would you like to go and take a rest in the designated silent cultivation chambers?" Your black realm is always dabbling in these shady tricks. "I don't need anyone to serve me, just take me to the hall," the indistinct smoky figure harumphed coldly, and her pleasant voice suggested that she was also a female cultivator. "If you don't wish to be served by us, then we naturally won't force our service upon you, senior. Number 9, take this senior to the hall," the black-veiled servant chuckled before turning to one of her 4 companions. Number 9 stepped forward upon hearing this, and said, "Senior, please come with me." After that, she extended a respectful curtsy before making her way toward the gate of the hall in an elegant manner. The smoky female cultivator cast a cold glance at number 9 before following along behind her in silence. I don't need any rest either, take me to the hall as well," the humanoid figure enshrouded in green light also said with a smile. Judging from his voice, this seemed to be an elderly man. The black-veiled servant agreed with a smile, and ordered another woman to take him into the hall. Thus, only 3 convention-goers were left on the plaza, one of whom was Hanli. TSK, how could I resist a free meal like this? I'm not going to pretend like I'm some saintly gentleman. I'll be going to enjoy myself now, fellow Taoists. Taoist Master Myriad Bone guffawed in a voice that was slightly more high-pitched than his normal voice. After that, he took the initiative and stepped forward before winding his arm around the most curvaceous of the 5 black-veiled women, then departed in high spirits. The golden figure aimed a scorching gaze at the leader of the 5 women as he chuckled, I wonder which fellow Taoist that is. I must say, I really do agree with him here. You're the leader here, so you must be the most exceptional among these 5, I'll get you to serve me." The woman didn't appear to be surprised at all by this, and she said with a smile, "I'm extremely honored to be chosen by you, senior. Number 11, make sure to take good care of this senior." She then stepped forward and sidled up voluntarily against the golden figure's body before departing with him. Hanli blinked as he looked at the 2 rows of black-veiled women standing further away, then glanced at the woman standing before him, and he made his voice more coarse and husky than normal as he asked, "You're number 11. Does that mean there were only 6 fellow Taoists to arrive here before our group?" "You're mistaken there, senior. I am indeed number 11, but we're all randomly selected to serve the other seniors that came before, rather than selected based on our number sequence." This number 11 was quite petite, and her voice was extremely mellow and delightful. She was staring up at Hanli with a pitiable expression, as if she were afraid that Hanli would dismiss her in preference for someone else. "I see. There's no need to go to the silent cultivation chamber, accompany me to the hall." "I have some things that I need to ask you," Hanli instructed. "Yes, senior." Number 11 naturally replied in a respectful manner before voluntarily leaning her body against Hanli's. Hanli took a glance at her and wrapped an arm around her slender waist before striding toward the hall. Not long after Hanli had left the plaza, for more figures who were enshrouded in spiritual light of different colors descended from the sky, and they were also greeted by 4 smiling black-veiled servants. Not long after that, Hanli found himself resting on a large inclined chair with number 11 pressing her entire body against his, looking up at him with a pair of seductive eyes. At this point, Hanli had switched to a layer of azure light to conceal his own body, rather than the initial gray light. As a result, even Taoist Master Myriad Bone wouldn't be able to identify him now. They were currently situated in a black stone pavilion that was hovering in mid-air. Not only had a table, chairs, and spirit tea been prepared here in advance, there were even some spirit flowers and spirits fruits that were extremely rare in the outside world placed on the stone table in front of Hanli. Hanli could see more identical structures hovering in the surrounding area, and upon closer inspection, there appeared to be around 500 to 600 of them. Most of these hovering pavilions were empty, but, like Hanli, several tens of them were occupied by someone alongside a black-veiled servant. However, Hanli paid no heed to the eyes that were being cast toward him from the other pavilions. Instead, he was appraising a massive white light barrier at the center of all of the stone pavilions. This light barrier had a diameter in excess of 1,000 feet, and within it was a tall platform that was as pristine white as jade. Not only were there a red and blue stone pillar standing on each corner of the platform, there was also a peculiar yellow formation at the center of the platform. At the very center of the formation were 2 stone tables that were completely identical, except one was black and the other was white. The platform was completely empty aside from that. All of a sudden, Hanli withdrew his gaze, and asked in a calm manner, "So what you're saying is that when the exchange convention begins, your Black Realm will bring out some precious items first to exchange with us, right?" Thus, time slowly passed, and more of the stone pavilions were filled. After about 6 to 8 hours had passed, almost all of the stone pavilions had been taken. Even so, there were only a total of around 400 to 500 people present, but considering the fact that there were several tens of body integration cultivators among them while most of the rest were spatial tempering cultivators carrying extremely valuable treasures, this was indeed an extremely formidable gathering. Despite the growing number of convention-goers, all of the human and demonic cultivators in the stone pavilions kept to themselves, either sitting in silence or sipping on spirit wine or spirit tea on their own without displaying any intention to communicate with others. Thus, an extremely silent atmosphere had settled over the entire hall. After around another hour had passed, a ball of piercing golden light suddenly erupted in the air above the pristine white platform, following which a giant black bell and a green humanoid figure emerged at one corner of the golden formation. The huge bell was about as tall as a person and was completely black in color, with a few traces of rust visible along its edges. At the center of the bell was a diagram depicting a black WIRM with a single eye that was giving off an unsettling red light. The green figure that had emerged alongside the black bell had a small purple club in his hand, and his upper body was completely bare, revealing a burly and strong physique. His skin was of a light green color, indicating that he wasn't a human, but there was no demonic chi emanating from his body either, thereby making it quite difficult to determine just what kind of being he was. However, there was a faint golden metallic luster intermingled with the green of his skin, so it was quite clear that he had cultivated some kind of special body refinement art and definitely possessed an immensely powerful body. All of the cultivators in the stone pavilions naturally cast their eyes toward the black bell in unison, waiting for what was going to happen next. The burly green-skinned figure was completely unfazed by the scrutiny from so many powerful beings. He merely took a deep breath, and green light swirled around him, upon which his body expanded to over twice its original size, taking him to around 30 feet tall. His arms also expanded significantly as bulging veins began to squirm like worms beneath his skin, and he tightened both of his hands around the purple copper club before swinging it toward the giant black in a slow and extremely careful manner. The bell chimed, and a purple halo of light proliferated forth from the center of the giant bell, rippling through the air before vanishing in a flash. Hanli faltered slightly upon seeing this, and before he could react, the burly green-skinned man's body suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon. In the blink of an eye, he had been reduced to a frail and emaciated elderly man with white hair and a white beard, looking as if he were close to his deathbed. That strike of the bell seemed to have exhausted all of his energy and a vast amount of his lifespan, an occurrence that came as quite a shock to all of the observers present. Han Li's pupils also contracted upon seeing this, but the bell chime just now was quite ordinary and didn't seem to be special in any way. However, in the next instant, the spiritual power within his body suddenly began to churn, and his blood essence also began to flow at several times its normal speed before becoming extremely hot within his body. Han Li was quite alarmed by this, and he immediately rose to his feet. He circulated his own powerful true essence to forcibly quell these physical reactions, and almost at the same time, he discovered that his magic power seemed to have increased slightly after hearing that bell chime. Thus, no one was surprised by the question that was being asked, and everyone turned to appraise the golden-masked figure, awaiting his answer. Indeed, fellow Taoist, the devilish tribulation will befall both the human and demon races, and as a part of the two races, our black realm certainly isn't exempt from this, so it would only be normal for us to make some preparations in advance. However, I have to correct you on one thing. This heaven match bell is indeed quite an extraordinary treasure, but not as extraordinary as you think, and it possesses some flaws. Compared to the treasures brought out in the past Black Realm exchange conventions, it actually is inferior to a few of them, the golden-masked figure said with a smile. Flaws? Can you elaborate on that, fellow Taoist? Is this not a profound heavenly treasure? A cold voice rang out from another stone pavilion, and it was clearly tinged with a hint of disappointment. Profound heavenly treasure. Hee, you think far too highly of our black realm, fellow Taoist. We may be quite powerful, but there's no way we could get our hands on such a treasure. There's no way that even the 3 sovereigns and 7 monarchs, or even the 2 grand ascension cultivators in our 2 races would possess profound heavenly treasures. Even if such a treasure were to fall into the hands of our 2 races, it would bring genocidal disaster upon us. Otherwise, why would that united foreign race army have attacked Deep Heaven City several centuries ago? The golden-masked figure said in a meaningful voice. He was intentionally being slightly ambiguous with his words, but many of the body integration cultivators present were clearly aware of what he was referring to. The golden-masked figure paused momentarily before continuing, however, seeing as our black realm is willing to offer this heaven match bell for exchange, we naturally have an obligation to disclose this treasure's origins to everyone. In a sense, this treasure has also been imbued with a hint of the laws of heaven and earth, so it does indeed possess some incredible abilities akin to those of profound heavenly treasures. The treasure was discovered within a secret region on the territory of an extinct foreign race, and it was quite damaged when we found it, so it's nowhere near as powerful as it otherwise could be. According to the textual annotations found in that secret region, this treasure should be part of a pair of treasures, which comprised of the most powerful treasures of that extinct race. Aside from this heaven match bell, there's also a heavenquake mallet, and the 2 of them should be used together. Unfortunately, we searched through that entire secret region, but were unable to find that heavenquake mallet. As such, we could only commission a tool refinement master to refine a replica heavenquake mallet using precious materials such as deep-sea purple copper, and the process took a vast amount of time and resources. However, an embryo is still an embryo, it's still far from being completely refined. Who knows if it'll be worth exchanging such a precious spirit herb for something that'll be completely useless during the upcoming devilish tribulation. Han Li sighed after a brief pause. That'll be up to your luck, fellow Taoist. If you can survive the devilish tribulation, then find a way to refine this item, then you'll have earned yourself an extraordinary asset. Truth be told, this is something that one of our Black Realm elders was refining, and he only decided to offer it for exchange as he knew that he wouldn't be able to completely refine it, the golden-masked man revealed in a truthful manner. Hanli stroked his chin and fell into silent contemplation. The item in the pouch was a legendary treasure among the human and demon races, and once successfully refined, it could assist a cultivator significantly in their cultivation. It was said that only a tiny handful of people possessed this type of treasure in the entirety of the two races. At present, it was only a semi-finished product, but if it weren't for the imminent devilish tribulation, Hanli would exchange it for his Een Phoenix herb almost without any hesitation, let alone the fact that the Heaven Match Bell was also being thrown into the deal. However, this treasure was a spirit item that was born from heaven and earth. Not only was it extremely difficult to form its embryo, completing its refinement was virtually an impossible task. Otherwise, such a valuable treasure wouldn't be so exceedingly rare among the two races. Even so, the miraculous effects of this treasure in its fully refined form still posed quite a tempting prospect to Hanli, and it was no wonder that the golden-masked man was so confident that he would agree to this exchange. At the same time, it also showed just how determined he was to secure this Een Phoenix herb. Through the interaction between Hanli and the golden-masked man, the other people in the nearby stone pavilions had also deduced that there was a good chance that this exchange would be a successful one. As such, many people were naturally curious about just what was in the jade box that Hanli had offered, and what was in the cloth pouch that the golden-masked man had offered in exchange. However, with the powerful spiritual sense restrictions in this place, they were naturally unable to ascertain any of those details. "All right, I agree to this exchange." Hanli officially agreed after just a brief moment of contemplation. "You've definitely made the right decision, fellow Daoist," the golden-masked man said with an elated look in his eyes. He then swept his sleeve toward the Heaven Match Bell to send a burst of golden light surging toward it, and the giant bell rapidly shrank down to around the size of a human palm in the blink of an eye, then hovered in mid-air within the golden light. Coincidentally, one of the people present really did have one of the three stipulated treasures, and not only did he secure the yellow flag, after some bartering, they also secured an additional large sum of spirit stones in exchange as well. This was a mysterious individual enshrouded under a cloud of blood mist, and Hanli couldn't help but turn toward them with an intrigued expression. However, on this meatball was the head of a normal man, which was currently etched with a concerned expression and completely unconcealed. Everyone else was too slow, and they were rebounded by the white light barrier, preventing them from descending onto the platform. "Please go back for now, fellow Daoists. You can come back in the next round," the golden-masked man said as he cupped his fist in a polite salute. The people outside the light barrier were naturally quite reluctant to leave, but they could only depart in a disgruntled manner. The gray-robed man who had descended onto the platform first let loose a burst of delighted laughter. It was naturally quite a privilege to be able to present their items in the first round. Otherwise, if something they needed were taken by someone else before they could take the stage, that would naturally be quite infuriating. The golden-masked man glanced at the human meatball before chuckling, "I'm glad you came to participate in our exchange conference again, Brother Zhu. On top of that, you seem to be very eager. I'm sure the memory of missing out on that treasure during the last convention still haunts you to this day. We both had 100 segment beads, but mine was clearly of a higher caliber. If he hadn't taken the stage before me, how would the treasure have ended up in his hands? I really hate participating in this exchange convention as my figure makes me stick out like a sore thumb no matter how I try to disguise myself, but I hardly have any choice." The meatball sighed as the concern in his eyes was exacerbated even further. "Hee, the cultivation art you're using has been vastly renowned since ancient times. You may not be able to manipulate your own body as you please, but countless people would gladly accept this disadvantage for your immense powers." This meatball seemed to be quite an important and powerful figure, as evidenced by the fact that the golden-masked man was speaking to him in an extremely polite manner. Hee hee, I know you're only saying that to make me feel better, but my mood has been buoyed nonetheless. I hope I can reap some worthwhile rewards during this exchange convention. Despite what he was saying, the meatball was still looking quite unenthusiastic and forlorn. The gold-masked man smiled before taking over 10 steps backward, standing in silence on one corner of the golden formation. The gray-robed man was clearly also quite wary toward this meatball, and after a brief pause, he cupped his fist in a salute and said, "Seeing as Brother Zhu is so eager to present his treasure, I would be happy to let you go first." The female cultivator enshrouded under 5-colored light didn't say anything, but she also nodded to accept this arrangement. "In that case, you have my thanks, fellow Taoists." The meatball returned the gray-robed man's salute before abruptly patting his own bulging belly, then opened his mouth to expel a shimmering white small vial that landed in his hand. The dark clouds dispersed and spread to cover an area of several acres. Blue light flashed within Han Li's eyes, and he was able to instantly discern these dark clouds as countless black projections. Among them were familiar beastly figures like wolves, tigers, and lions, but also some strange types of beasts that he had never seen before. All of these beastly projections were constantly transforming and tearing at one another. At times, their bodies would crumble away into nothingness, and other times, they would reappear in their original forms. These beastly projections were none other than the aforementioned beastly souls. A sinful cloud that was manifested by tens or even hundreds of these beastly souls weren't particularly valuable, but their value spiked dramatically once that number increased to the tens of thousands. This was because a sinful cloud's power directly correlated with the number of souls it had been manifested from. The more souls that were used, the more difficult it would be to successfully manifest a sinful cloud. A sinful cloud manifested from over 100,000 souls would be extremely alluring to those using Devil Dao cultivation arts, and one that was manifested from over 1 million souls would be enough to drive even body integration stage Devil Dao cultivators into a frenzy. As for sinful clouds manifested from over 10 million souls, there didn't seem to be that many even in the entire history of the two races. Needless to say, the enhancements it would bring to those using the relevant cultivation arts would be almost unimaginable, regardless of whether this sinful cloud was used in cultivation, or as a material to refine a ghostly treasure. However, setting aside the fact that very few people knew of the method to manifest a sinful cloud of this caliber, just the task of collecting 10 million souls was virtually an impossible one. After all, slaughtering 10 million living beings would result in such severe baleful chi backlash that even a body integration cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand it on their own. Due to the heinous nature of the process required to manifest sinful clouds, refinement of such treasures had been strictly prohibited in the two races since ancient times, and it was said that heavenly phenomena would take place whenever a sinful cloud consisting of more than 10,000 souls was refined. The phenomena triggered by sinful clouds manifested from over 1 million souls would be even more difficult to keep out of the public eye, and such items existed almost only in myths and legends. As such, this sinful cloud, which the man claimed to have been manifested from 10 million beastly souls, was naturally quite an astonishing notion. If this item had been revealed in the outside world, everyone would most likely be fighting over it already. 10 million beastly souls? Is that true, fellow Taoist? It doesn't really look like it. A dry voice rang out, and it was tinged with a hint of astonishment and skepticism. That's because I only released 1% of all of the beastly souls within this sinful cloud. If I were to release them all at once, this tiny hall wouldn't have anywhere near enough capacity for them. However, anyone who's interested can come and see for themselves just how many beastly souls there are in here, the man on the platform said in an unhurried manner. You want an offensive divine spirit treasure on the chaotic myriad spirit roll for this? Aren't you asking for a bit too much? How about this? I'll give you 3 top-grade spirit treasures for that sinful cloud, someone offered in a slightly urgent manner. I won't accept anything other than an offensive divine spirit treasure, the man within the black chi refused without any hesitation. Don't be so quick to jump to decisions, fellow Daoist. How about you take a look at what I'm offering first? Another elderly voice suddenly sounded at this moment, following which a streak of crimson light shot forth toward the platform. A tall and thin humanoid figure that was enshrouded within a layer of crimson light then appeared above the white light barrier before tossing forward a jade vial. The jade vial passed through the light barrier without any impediment, and the figure within the black chi caught it in a slightly reluctant manner. He removed the lid of the vial and took a look inside, upon which he immediately shuddered as if he had been struck by lightning. How about it? I'm sure you know what that pill entails, right? If it wasn't for the fact that this sinful cloud will be quite useful to me, I definitely wouldn't be offering this pill for exchange, the figure within the crimson said as he looked at the vial in a wistful manner. After a long hesitation, the man within the black chi shook his head before tossing the vial back to its owner. No, I still won't accept this over a divine spirit treasure. The figure within the crimson light faltered momentarily in disbelief before exclaiming, do you not recognize what this is, fellow Daoist? This is a clear cleansing pill that can increase a body integration cultivator's chances of breaking through bottlenecks. Clear cleansing pill. Fellow Daoist, would you be willing to exchange that clear cleansing pill for any other treasure? All of the body integration stage beings present immediately erupted into a frenzy upon hearing the name of this pill, and several of them began to yell offers directly at the man within the crimson light. This pill was clearly more popular than the sinful cloud, and that made sense. A sinful cloud manifested from 10 million souls was most definitely a legendary item, but it was only useful to devilish and ghostly cultivators. In contrast, clear cleansing pills were extraordinary pills that were universally useful for all body integration cultivators, and it was especially alluring to those whose cultivation bases had stagnated for many years. The sinful cloud seemed to be extremely important to the figure in the crimson light, and after taking a resentful glance at the man within the black chi, he said, if you want my clear cleansing pill, then help me exchange for this sinful cloud, and I'll gladly hand over this pill. The entire hall fell silent upon hearing this. Generally speaking, all of the body integration cultivators present should have a few spirit treasures up their sleeves, but even in the entirety of the human and demon races, there were definitely no more than 10 divine spirit treasure that were on the chaotic myriad spirit roll. As for offensive treasures for this caliber, there were perhaps only 2 or 3. Even if such a treasure did exist in the human or demon race, its owner might not be present at this Black Realm Exchange convention. On top of that, divine spirit treasures on the chaotic myriad spirit roll were no less valuable than clear cleansing pills, so whether someone would be willing to accept this exchange was another matter altogether. The gold-amassed figure also immediately rose to his feet upon witnessing the actions of the man in the crimson light. As one of the organizers of this convention, he naturally couldn't just stand by idly if someone were to start trouble in the Black Realm. Please don't misunderstand, fellow Daoist, I bear no ill will. It's just that this sinful cloud is indeed extremely important to me, so I implore you to wait for a while longer. Give me some time to try and secure a treasure that fits your requirements, and if that doesn't work, then I definitely won't press the issue any further, the figure in the crimson light explained in an urgent manner as he held up his hands as a display of his sincere intentions. The figure within the black chi hesitated momentarily before nodding in response. You want me to wait some more? All right, I can tell that you really do want this sinful cloud, so I'll give you 10 more minutes. If you still can't get what I want by then, I won't waste any more time here. It was quite clear that the man in the crimson light was desperate to secure this sinful cloud, and the man in the black chi was also very eager to get his hands on a divine spirit treasure. Neither of them wanted to give up, even if there were only the slightest sliver of an opportunity for them. The man in the crimson light heaved a faint sigh of relief upon securing agreement from the owner of the sinful cloud, and after a brief pause for contemplation, he waved a hand over his storage bracelet in an extremely reluctant manner to produce a shimmering golden scroll. I once ventured into a set of ancient ruins, within which I almost met my demise on several occasions, and I found this scroll in there. This scroll is extremely mysterious, and I have no way of opening it without damaging it, so I've kept it in its original condition for all this time. However, I'm sure that this scroll contains astonishing secrets, as the seal of this scroll is inscribed in golden seal text. I'm willing to exchange my clear cleansing pill and this scroll for an offensive divine spirit treasure on the chaotic myriad spirit roll, the man in the crimson light announced in a loud voice. Golden seal text. Could it be that this is something from the true immortal realm? This announcement naturally created another stir and attracted a lot of interest. They weren't concerned that the man in the crimson light could be deceiving them, as it was a simple matter to see if a seal had been undone before. Unfortunately, even though many people were tempted by these conditions, they simply didn't have the required treasure, and could only look on in a resigned manner. Hanli focused his gaze on the golden scroll, and he seemed to be quite tempted, but he remained seated firmly in his chair. As time passed and no one stepped forward to accept this offer, the man in the black chi grew more and more disappointed, and the agitation of the man in the crimson light was growing by the second. If he were to miss out on this extraordinary sinful cloud during this Black Realm Exchange convention, there would be no way that such an item would appear in another auction. The owner of the sinful cloud would definitely hide it in an extremely secretive manner after leaving this place, so if this exchange couldn't take place, then there would be no way for him to track down the item again. This sinful cloud was extremely important to him, as it was a vital decisive factor on whether he would be able to transcend his next major heavenly tribulation. Without this sinful cloud, there was a very slim chance that he would be able to transcend that tribulation, so it could be said that this sinful cloud was virtually as important as his life. This sinful cloud is indeed everything you proclaim it to be, fellow Taoist, the man in the crimson light chortled after completing his examination of the sinful cloud, and he flew through the white light barrier as a streak of black light, returning to his stone pavilion without saying anything further to Hanli and the man in the black chi. Hanli merely smiled upon seeing this, and he stowed away the golden scroll and medicine vial before taking a glance at the ice phoenix. "Y'all know who it is, lol." A hint of humanized sorrow flashed through the ice phoenix's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by its normal cold expression. Hanli released a spirit beast bracelet before drawing the ice phoenix and the cage into the bracelet together. After that, he cupped his fist in a salute toward the man in the black chi before flying back to his stone pavilion as well. The man in the black chi chuckled before following suit, departing from the stone platform as a gust of black wind. Thus, the next group of people immediately rushed onto the stone platform, and the exchanges continued. Hanli leaned back against his chair and closed his eyes, looking quite calm and collected, but his tumultuous emotions belied his calm exterior. Close to half a day later, the golden-masked man finally announced the conclusion of the exchange convention. Hanli and the other body integration cultivators all euphemistically refused the golden-masked man's offer to stay behind for a feast, and they departed from the Black Realm, led by a guidance envoy. They then emerged at another completely alien exit before flying back toward Nine Immortal Mountain. If I go to them in my current state, I may as well serve my own head up on a silver platter. Hanli was quite surprised to hear this, and after a brief pause, he continued, "The ones who injured you were members of the Black Phoenix race. That makes things quite troublesome. What are your plans, then, Fairy Phoenix?" The silver-robed woman contemplated this question for a long while before finally replying in a hesitant manner, "I want to stay with you before I recover my magic power. Is that all right? As a body integration cultivator, I'm sure you'll be more than capable of protecting me. I'm simply far too weak in my current state, and the fact that I'm an ice phoenix is bound to attract endless problems for me. No matter where I hide, someone will track me down, and I could end up in an even worse situation than before. You want to stay with me? Hanli seemed to be rather taken aback to hear this. I'm aware that I'll only weigh you down in my current state, but I possess some aptitude in formations and spatial abilities, so perhaps I can lend you some assistance. On top of that, I have a burst of heavenly phoenix origin Yin Qi within my body that should be extremely effective in improving your chances of breaking through future bottlenecks. As long as I can return to my former cultivation base, I'm willing to transfer this origin Yin Qi to you, the silver-robed woman said with a faint blush on her face. What are you saying? Please don't misunderstand, fellow Daoist Han. Our Ice Phoenix race had an inherited secret technique that can allow us to expel our heavenly phoenix origin Yin Qi out of our bodies without having to engage in dual cultivation. Of course, the effect will be slightly less potent, but it should still provide some assistance to you, the silver-robed woman explained as her expression reverted back to normal. A hint of surprise flashed through Han Li's eyes upon hearing this, and after some contemplation, he said in a serious manner, I see. In that case, I would indeed like your assistance when the time comes. In the meantime, you can stay with me, but there are some things that I have to make clear to you first so you don't regret your decision later on. The silver-robed woman was elated to hear that Han Li was willing to consider her proposal, and she immediately prompted, Please go ahead, Brother Han. Firstly, I can't guarantee that you'll be absolutely safe by staying with me. Setting aside everything else, just the imminent devilish tribulation will be an extremely difficult hurdle for body integration cultivators like me to overcome. Even I'm not fully confident in my ability to survive that ordeal. Secondly, I have some secrets that I don't want other people to know. If you want to stay with me, then you have to follow my instructions in your cultivation, as well as everything else. If you can't accept such limitations, then feel free to leave. Lastly, due to the fact that you're a demon, in the presence of others, you'll most likely have to appear beside me as a concubine or servant, which may tarnish your reputation, Han Li said in a slow voice. Devilish tribulation. I don't know much about that, but seeing as it's something that'll impact both the human and demon races, I'm sure I wouldn't be any safer anywhere else. If I were to seek refuge with a major power in my current state, I would most likely just be used as cannon fodder, so it's much safer for me to stay with you. As for everything else, I'll naturally follow your lead. With your current status, countless core formation and nascent soul stage female cultivators would flock to your side if you were to announce that you were searching for a servant or concubine, so such an arrangement doesn't bother me in the slightest, the silver-robed woman replied with a nonchalant smile. In that case, I'll agree to let you stay with me. Here are some pills for you. Prior to the conclusion of the Myriad Treasure Convention, stay in this secret chamber for now and cultivate. Once we return to my cave abode, I'll set up a separate place for you to cultivate, Han Li said as he swept a hand over his storage bracelet, producing several jade vials of different colors before tossing them toward the silver-robed woman. The woman caught the vials one after another before removing their lids and inspecting their contents with her spiritual sense, upon which an elated look appeared on her face. I didn't think you would have so many pills that can enhance one's magic power. In that case, I'll definitely be able to return to my former cultivation base very soon. Rest assured, Fairy Phoenix, I have more than enough core formation and nascent soul stage pills to satisfy your needs. If you require anything else, feel free to tell me. Han Li made a hand seal with one hand while reaching out with his other hand, and all of the materials on the ground also instantly rose up into the air before plunging into the silver flames. Blue light flashed through his eyes as he stared intently at the silver flames in the air and focused the entirety of his attention on it. He stayed in the secret chamber the entire day, and even his nightly cultivation lessons with Hai Yuetian and Qi Lingzi were conducted through voice transmission as they stood on the other side of the door of the secret chamber. 7 days passed by, and Hanli finally emerged from the secret chamber. As soon as he emerged, he accompanied Hai Yuetian and Qi Lingzi hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from Nine Immortal Mountain in the dead of night, then gave them some pills and treasures, and sent them on their way to Deep Heaven City. He then returned to Nine Immortal Mountain himself, and a few days later, he was paid a visit by Taoist Master Myriad Bone. Hanli conversed with the Taoist priest for a long time in the hall before the latter departed, and at the same time, a few other vagrant cultivators in the Immortal Welcome Palaces on Nine Immortal Mountain left at around the same time, then disappeared without a trace. Half a day later, a group of body integration stage vagrant cultivators, including Hanli, gathered at a certain place. Their meeting was quite a brief one, had been held in a secretive fashion, so no one noticed what they were doing. During the rest of the Myriad Treasure Convention, Hanli frequently visited the markets, purchasing some materials from time to time. During the rest of the time, he met with some other body integration stage fellow Taoists, and also visited some other secret exchange conventions, reaping some rewards during the process. Dyer would also come to find him once every several days, and even though she never had anything important or urgent to speak with him about, they would always have an enjoyable conversation before she departed in high spirits. However, it was still slightly jarring to see Dyer's appearance, which so closely mirrored that of Nan Gongwan. As the Myriad Treasure Convention was about to draw to a conclusion, Heavenly Yuan Holy Sovereign and Xian Wu Tyrant Sovereign sent out people to recruit the vagrant body integration cultivators on Nine Immortal Mountain again, promising them extremely bountiful rewards for their services, and they really did manage to successfully recruit a few vagrant cultivators. Of course, Hanli rejected the offer once more, and several days prior to the conclusion of the Myriad Treasure Convention, he departed from Nine Immortal Mountain, disappearing without a trace alongside Bai Guo'er. Following the conclusion of the Myriad Treasure Convention, the humans and demons gathered at Nine Immortal Mountain all departed as well, and around a month later, peace and quiet resumed on the mountain with the exception of the group of guards that remained there. Hanli's expression eased slightly upon hearing this, but there was still a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Even so, that'll most likely be quite a difficult task. I've only just reached the body integration stage, after all, so I certainly can't make any promises. The young woman hesitated momentarily at the sight of Hanli's hesitant expression, then suddenly pulled a storage bracelet out of her sleeve before handing it over to Hanli. As long as you do everything in your power to assist us, our Gu family is willing to offer you a sum of top-grade spirit stones on top of what we originally promised you as compensation. Hanli's heart stirred lightly as he accepted the storage bracelet before injecting his spiritual sense into it, upon which a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. After a brief moment of contemplation, Hanli stowed the storage bracelet away before replying with a smile, "To think that you're willing to offer me such an astronomical sum, looks like it really is very important for your Gu family to do well during the True Spirit ceremony. In that case, I'll be sure to do my best for you. Your presence is certainly a very reassuring one for our Gu family, Senior Han. This place is still around a month's journey away from the Myriad Spirit platform where the ceremony is going to be held, so it would be best for us to set off right away. Elder Shao and I will be explaining the specific details of the ceremony along the journey." That would be best. Hanli naturally had no objections to this. Thus, the Gu family cultivators rose up into the air and flew into the distance in a line with Hanli among their ranks. The Heavenly Horse Plains consisted of a massive section of barren land on the border of the Tianyuan region. It was said that the plains were so vast that even a deity transformation cultivator would have to fly non-stop, day and night for around a month to cross through it. On top of that, this place was rife with sandstorms and completely devoid of greenery and spirit veins, so rarely did cultivators ever visit this place. Even if there were the occasional cultivators who had no choice but to pass through these plains, they would fly through without any pause. On this day, there were a dozen or so human cultivators situated deep within the plains. They had arranged themselves into a circular formation with their backs facing one another, and they were hovering at a low altitude. All of them had summoned their most powerful treasures, which had transformed into bursts of light that enshrouded their bodies, yet they all wore panicked expressions on their faces. Among these cultivators, the one with the highest cultivation base was a mid-spatial tempering stage burly man in a set of brocade robes. He was holding a blue bead in one hand and a white flag in the other. Instead, one of the wing projections on his back fluttered slightly, and a burst of white light shot forth from it before striking the jade box in a flash. A loud crack rang out, and the jade box was sliced apart like tofu along with the talismans on its surface, following which a fist-sized object fell out of it. Before the young man had a chance to identify what this object was, it flashed with blue light before instantly transforming into a blue crystalline wall that was 3 feet thick and around 10 feet tall. The crystalline wall then plummeted straight downward, and a rare hint of a smile appeared on the white-robed young man's face at the sight of the wall. In the next instant, he opened his mouth to expel a flood of white glacial chi, which completely froze the blue crystalline wall in midair. Immediately thereafter, he let loose a low cry, and his body blurred as he suddenly split up into 12 identical projections. Each and every projection had the exact same appearance as the original white-robed young man, with the same golden and silver patterns on their faces, and the same transparent wings on their backs. The 12 humanoid figures then made hand seals in unison, transforming into 12 snowy white centipedes, each of which was several feet in length, and then vanished into the crystalline wall in a flash. 12 white balls of light then instantly emerged from different parts of the blue crystalline wall, and they rotated incessantly while fluctuating slightly in size. Blue light swirled within the crystalline wall, and wisps of blue threads emerged before surging collectively into the 12 balls of white light. A slightly solemn look appeared on the golden-robed man's face upon seeing this, but after a long while, the 12 white balls of light continued to absorb the blue threads without any mishaps, and his expression finally eased slightly. At the same time, a complex look flashed through his eyes. "I don't know if I was vastly fortunate to have encountered you, or if you're the fortunate one to have met me right after I mastered the reverse spirit Truine technique. Not only do I possess white dragon true blood, my bloodline mutated, thereby allowing me to cultivate this incredibly powerful ability from the inner page of the Golden Jade Tome that somehow ended up in the human race. Even more coincidentally, you're a traitorous spirit insect that belonged to that man that my clone in that lower realm once mentioned to me. How interesting. I wonder how you will react when you next meet that Han brat after you manifest a true spirit body." A cold harumph suddenly rang out, following which the white-robed young man's voice sounded in the golden-robed man's ears. "My reaction in that scenario doesn't seem to have anything to do with you, fellow Daoist. Judging from what you just said, it seems that the clone of yours in the lower realm was quite close to my former master. I wonder how he would think if he knew that your true body was plotting against him here in the spirit realm. Hee, that endless sky clone of mine was created as nothing more than a precautionary measure. It has no bearing on me. If you can master this reverse spirit Truine technique prior to my next heavenly tribulation, and this technique really does turn out to be as extraordinary as I envision it to be, then you should be able to assist me in transcending my next few tribulations without any issues. As for that endless sky clone, it'll naturally be made completely redundant, so who cares about it?" The golden-robed man chuckled in a nonchalant manner. "Then you don't have to be overly concerned about my former master either. As long as I can manifest a true spirit body, I'll naturally be able to eradicate the bonded blood curse within my soul. However, I ask that you don't do anything unnecessary behind my back prior to that," the white-robed young man replied in a cold voice. This group of people was situated directly beside the Long family entourage, and just like the Gu family, they consisted primarily of women. The one who had spoken was standing at the very front of the group, and was a young woman who appeared to be 17 or 18 years of age. She wore a 5-colored feather dress, and had a suggestive smile on her face. Sitting on either side of her was a beauty who appeared to be 27 to 28 years of age, and an elderly woman with a head of gray hair. The person standing behind the woman in the 5-colored dress was a young woman in white, and she immediately blushed upon hearing this before stammering, I am not exceptional in any way, so it's no surprise that I didn't appeal to Senior Han. This was none other than Yi Ying, whom Han Li had met on several occasions in the past, and she bore a close resemblance to the woman in the 5-colored dress. Is that so? Then why is it that the more I look at our little Inger, the more adorable I think you are? That Han brat has a rotten eye for women. Otherwise, if he were to join our Yi family, not only would he receive incredible benefits, he would also be able to marry my most beloved granddaughter. The woman in the 5-colored dress suddenly burst into laughter, and her voice was as pleasant as that of a lark, drawing attention from many of the nearby onlookers. Even though a restriction had been set up to prevent the other true spirit families from overhearing their conversation, the eyes directed toward them from the other families made Yi Ying's blush deepen even further, and she was tucking her chin so firmly that it seemed she wanted nothing better than to bury her head into her own chest. Please don't tease her, mother, why do you always pick on her? The beautiful woman sitting off to the side chuckled. I'm not picking on her, it's just that among these juniors of mine, only Inger bears a resemblance to my younger self. However, her personality is far too different from mine, so I naturally have to guide her onto the right path. Otherwise, it would be a waste of her beauty for her to act like a cold puppet all the time. The woman in the 5-colored dress sighed with a shake of her head. It was quite clear that the beauty beside the young woman was a very conservative and sensible individual, and she could only fall silent with a wry smile upon hearing this. As for the rest of the Yi family entourage, they were all quite amused by this conversation. Meanwhile, a pair of body integration cultivators from another true spirit family were also conversing quietly among themselves. That Tian Li hag didn't turn up, but that Han brat clearly isn't going to be a walkover either. Are we still going to follow our original plan? We initially agreed to target that hag with the Lao family, a handsome middle-aged man in a set of lavish robes asked with furrowed brows. The man sitting beside him wore a copper half-mask, revealing only one half of his face, which was as delicate as that of an infant, and he replied, why not? That hag should count herself lucky for not turning up. I have no objections. I have no objections either. Brother Long possesses the most superior cultivation base among all of us, after all. Please go ahead, Brother Long. All of the other true spirit families expressed their agreement one after another. The Long family patriarch looked up into the sky, then nodded in response. In that case, let's offer up the sacrificial items first. At this moment, the purple lightning above the valley had intertwined to form a gargantuan net, which connected with the surrounding massive pillars of light to create an enormous cage. The leaders and elders of the true spirit families were all quite accustomed to this sight, and after hearing what the Long family patriarch had to say, they each waved a hand toward the disciples behind them, immediately following which one person from each family quickly approached the myriad spirit platform with a palm-sized jade vial cradled in their hands. At the same time, golden light flashed from the Long family patriarch, and his body swayed, following which he entered directly through the light barrier over the myriad spirit platform. After that, he hovered at a low altitude and made a hand seal to release a pillar of golden light downward. The golden light then vanished into the ground down below in a flash. In the next instant, a burst of dull rumbling rang out from the myriad spirit platform, and an antiquated azure stone basin appeared near the white formation. The basin was long and flat, measuring around 10 feet in length. There were peculiar black symbols carved all over its surface, and it seemed to be an extremely ancient artifact. All of the people who had emerged from the true spirit families approached the stone basin one after another, then removed the lids on the jade vials in their hands before pouring their contents into the basin. Streams of liquid of different colors flowed out of the vials, some of which were extremely repugnant and vile, some of which were quite fragrant and pleasant, while others were colorless and odorless like water. Several tens of different types of liquids were poured into the basin, and they came together to form a ball, but they didn't intermingle with one another in the slightest. The Long family patriarch paid no heed to all of this. He merely glanced at the light within the formation, which was steadily increasing in brightness, then looked up at the enormous purple net of lightning up above in an expressionless manner. Outside the myriad spirit platform, all of the body integration cultivators had risen to their feet, and they were also appraising the formation with serious expressions. All of a sudden, a resounding boom rang out, following which the runes of different colors pouring out of the formation suddenly condensed to form a huge ball of light with a diameter of several tens of feet. The ball of light then revolved in the air above the formation a few times before exploding amid a dull thump to reveal a strange beast with 8 heads. Its body was very indistinct, as if it were only a projection, and its aura was only at the early spatial tempering stage. However, as its 8 heads swiveled around to sweep its gaze over all of the people surrounding the myriad spirit platform, everyone couldn't help but shudder as if a glacial aura had just passed over their bodies. In the next instant, the Long family patriarch cupped his fist in a salute, and said, "Welcome, Master Myriad Spirit. Please enjoy the true blood sacrifice our 51 human true spirit families have prepared for you." The 8-headed beast raised one of its heads to glance at the Long family patriarch, then flew out of the formation and arrived above the basin. It opened all 8 of its mouths in unison, and the liquid in the basin flowed into its mouths in a frenzy. Within mere moments, the liquid in the basin had all been devoured, following which a layer of light appeared over the beast's body, and it took on a more substantial form. Immediately thereafter, the beast glanced at the cultivators outside of the stone platform before rearing its heads back and letting loose a thunderous roar. An astonishing aura emanated from its body, rising from the early spatial tempering stage to the mid-spatial tempering stage, then rapidly climbing to the late spatial tempering stage. After a short while, the beast's aura had swelled to the pinnacle of the late body integration stage. No, it seemed to be slightly superior to that, as if it was only half a step away from reaching the grand ascension stage. Even Hanli couldn't help but be awestruck as he sensed the violent aura emanating from the myriad spirit platform. Thankfully, this seemed to the limit of the beast's capabilities, and its enormous aura finally stagnated thereafter. However, what the 8-headed beast did next was quite alarming to all of the onlooking cultivators. All of a sudden, the beast raised all 8 of its heads in unison, and a bolt of azure lightning as thick as a large bowl erupted from each of its mouths, then crashed into the purple lightning net up above in a flash. Even the body integration cultivators present were slightly alarmed by this, and the Long family patriarch was able to maintain a calm expression, but the look in his eyes indicated that he was also slightly bewildered. Several earth-shattering booms rang out in quick succession as the purple and azure lightning intertwined, forming balls of lightning that were as large as wagon wheels before exploding in the air above. Moments later, the lightning receded, and the massive purple net tremored a few times before falling still again, managing to remain completely unscathed through the process. The cold look in the 8-headed beast's eyes faded, and it slowly closed its 8 enormous mouths. One of its azure heads then abruptly turned toward the Long family patriarch, and it said in an extremely ancient voice, "Humph, you humans sure are a careful and meticulous race. I've already descended upon this place countless times, yet this lightning myriad seal formation has had no fallacies every single time. You better pray that things continue like this. Otherwise, if you slip and allow me to find a chink in this formation, hee." Not only was the beast's azure head speaking in a human tongue, it was also appraising the Long family patriarch in a threatening manner. The Long family patriarch extended a slight bow before replying in a manner that was neither humble nor arrogant. Rest assured, Master Myriad Spirit, if we become so incapable someday that we can't even set up a seal formation properly, then everyone here deserves to have their true blood sucked away for your consumption. However, according to the agreement our true spirit families have made with you, now that our sacrifice has been accepted, it's time for you to create the hidden spirit badges for us now. This beast was a true spirit-level being from another realm, but only its clone could descend into this world. Even though it had devoured the sacrifice to significantly enhance its powers, it was still being severely debilitated by the seal formation set up by the true spirit families, so a late body integration cultivator like the Long family patriarch didn't have much to fear. I did indeed accept your sacrifice, so I'll naturally fulfill my end of the agreement, the beast harumphed coldly before beginning to chant something with all 8 of its heads. As it did so, runes of 8 different colors surged out of its mouths before intertwining with one another in midair. After a short while, all of the runes had spread over the myriad spirit platform, creating quite an astonishing sight to behold. The Long family patriarch was situated within all of these runes, but he appeared to be very calm, and there was a layer of golden light around his body, keeping the runes several feet away from him. All of a sudden, the beast let loose another thunderous roar, and invisible ripples abruptly surged through the air above. All of the runes in the sky stacked on top of one another, then transformed into countless 5-colored badges that fell onto the myriad spirit platform. Alright, the 999 hidden spirit badges have been created. Make sure you don't summon me again until 3,000 years have passed. The 8-headed beast grumbled in a slightly weary manner, then flew back into the formation. Light flashed from the massive formation, and spiritual light erupted forth to inundate the giant beast in a flash. A buzzing sound rang out once again, and the 8-headed beast's body exploded into countless runes amid a dull thump. In the next instant, the formation itself also vanished, and it was as if it was never there to begin with. The Long family patriarch was silent for a moment before instructing in a cold voice, "Gather the hidden spirit badges, and we'll distribute them once the rankings have been decided." Several golden-armored guards immediately heeded his call, striding onto the platform, carrying a silver platter each. They then made grabbing motions toward the badges, and all of them were drawn toward the guards before being piled onto the platters. After that, the platters were carried to a designated table below the stone platform, where they were placed down in a respectful manner. Master Myriad Spirit has already left. Next, let us pay our respects to our true spirit ancestors, the Long family patriarch said in a solemn voice. All of the true spirit families immediately sprang into action upon hearing this, bringing out all types of spirit tools, as well as spirit fruits and incense, before setting them up on the platform. Immediately thereafter, all of the true spirit family entourages were led by their leaders and elders onto the myriad spirit platform one after another. They knelt down in front of their respective makeshift true spirit shrines before paying their respects and praying to their ancestors. There were even some more traditional true spirit families who performed ceremonies that had already been made obsolete elsewhere, and Hanli was quite intrigued to see this. The families paid their respects for close to half a day, and only then did the truly important segment of the true spirit ceremony commence. All of the true spirit families were competing to decide their rankings, and resources would be reallocated based on those rankings. The Long family patriarch flew onto the stone platform again before announcing, as per usual, each family possesses one opportunity to challenge a family above them, as well as an opportunity to accept a challenge from a family below them. However, the challenger can't challenge a family that is more than 5 ranks above them, and if multiple families challenge the same family, then the highest-ranking challenging family will take priority. Of course, our top 5 families can only accept challenges after we compete in round-robin matches to decide our rankings again. Fellow Daoist Lin, come onto the platform and draw your opponent for the first round. Among the 5 true spirit families, one of them was comprised solely of men, and a lazy voice rang out from among them. Hee, there's no need for that. If we encounter your Long family, then we'll forfeit the match right away. However, I did cultivate a few new abilities recently, so I'd like to test my skills against Fairy Yi. This man was none other than the Grand Elder of the Lin family, which was the third-ranked True Spirit family, and he seemed to not be on good terms with the Grand Elder of the Yi family. The woman in the five-colored dress from the Yi family chuckled, Hee, if you'd like to spar with me, then I'll naturally accept your challenge, fellow Daoist Lin. The man from the Lin family harumphed coldly and offered no response. Fairy Xiao Feng and the two body integration cultivators of the Feng family naturally had no objections to this either. The Long family patriarch nodded upon seeing this before clapping his hands together, and another golden-armored guard strode onto the platform with a platter in his hands. Sitting on the platter was a yellow bamboo tube, within which were 5 bright red bamboo sticks. The entire bamboo tube was concealed under a layer of spiritual light that kept even spiritual sense at bay, preventing one from being able to glean what was written on those bamboo sticks. As per usual, we'll draw lots to decide the matchups. This will be limited to only sparring matches between body integration cultivators, so all of the juniors will be excluded. For the first round, the family that picks the 5th stick will get a bye. It looks like you're not going to make the first draw, Brother Long, so let me do the honors. The man in the lavish robes from the Feng family chuckled before reaching out toward the bamboo tube from outside of the myriad spirit platform, and one of the bamboo sticks immediately flew into his grasp. The man glanced at the bamboo stick before announcing, number 3. The Grand Elder of the Yi family smiled as she also raised a hand toward the bamboo tube from afar, and a silver thread shot forth from her fingertip before reaching the bamboo tube in a flash. Another bamboo stick was drawn into her hand as a streak of crimson light. She glanced at the stick before announcing, number 5. For the first round, the Yi family received a bye. Senior Han, would you like me to draw in your stead? Fairy Xiao Feng asked in a respectful manner. Sure, go ahead, Han Li replied in a nonchalant voice. Fairy Xiao Feng nodded before sweeping a sleeve through the air, and a white thread shot forth from within her sleeve, then wrapped itself around a crimson stick before drawing it into her grasp. Fairy Xiao Feng glanced at it before informing Han Li, number 4. Han Li nodded and offered no response. Meanwhile, the man from the Lin family had also drawn one of the final 2 sticks, and he announced, number 1. All of the Gu family cultivators' expressions changed drastically upon hearing this. The number 2 stick corresponded with their number 4 stick, which meant that they were going to be pitted against the Long family in the first round. The Long family patriarch drew the final stick as a formality before turning to Han Li with a meaningful expression. The lots have been drawn, let the matches commence. As for the rules of the matches, that'll be up to the participating families to decide. Now then, fellow Daoist Lin, fellow Daoist Feng, you may begin. There's no need for that, my brother and I are no match for Brother Lin, so our Feng family concedes, the man in the lavish robes said without any hesitation. The man from the Lin family wasn't surprised to hear this. In that case, the Feng family will be placed in the loser's bracket and will be competing with the loser of the other match, and the victor of that match will be able to challenge any of the other 3 families. If you relinquish the right to do so, then you'll secure the 4th spot ahead of the loser's bracket match. Next up will be our Long family against the Gu family. Will your family be represented by fellow Daoist Han? Our Long family will be represented by both myself and Elder Hui, so you'll have to defeat the 2 of us one after the other to secure victory in the match, the Long family patriarch announced. Senior Han, let's forfeit this match, Fairy Xiao Feng immediately said. She was well aware that even if their grand elder were present, there was still definitely no chance that they could defeat the Long family, so she naturally wanted Hanli to conserve his powers for the next rounds. However, Hanli stroked his chin with a smile, and said something that came as quite a shock to Fairy Xiao Feng and Elder Xiao. I wouldn't mind sparring with a late body integration cultivator. Ever since I progressed to the body integration stage, I haven't yet had a chance to battle such a powerful cultivator. This wasn't a battle of life and death, so to Hanli, this was a rare opportunity for him to gauge the power of a late body integration cultivator, as well as to see if he could stand up against one at his current level of power. If he were afraid of fighting the Long family, he wouldn't have provoked the Long family patriarch by using his spiritual sense to intimidate Long Dong. Furthermore, if possible, he definitely wouldn't mind putting on a display of power so these true spirit family cultivators could spread the word and enhance his reputation in the human race. After all, this situation was different compared to back when he was situated on foreign territory. In the territories of foreign races, no matter how powerful he was, he had to keep as low a profile as possible to avoid trouble. However, now that he had returned to the human race, it would benefit him immensely to establish a resounding reputation. Aside from the Long family patriarch, the most powerful beings present were only at the mid-body integration stage, and he knew without a doubt that his powers definitely wouldn't be inferior to those people. But Senior Han, the Long family. Han Li's expression fell slightly as he turned toward Fairy Xiao Feng with blue light flashing within his eyes. If I recall correctly, the terms of our agreement don't allow you to stipulate which battles I have to accept or forfeit. Fairy Xiao Feng's heart jolted at the sight of the blue light in Han Li's eyes, and the rest of her words were immediately cut off. Before she had a chance to say anything else, azure light flashed from Han Li's body, and he abruptly vanished on the spot. In the next instant, he reappeared on the myriad spirit platform over 100 feet away from the Long family patriarch, then cupped his fist in a salute. I've heard much about your esteemed self, fellow Daoist Long, please enlighten me. The Long family patriarch's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said, so you really are representing the Gu family, fellow Daoist Han. How is that disciple of yours? I believe his name is Qilingzi. Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this, but his expression remained completely unchanged as he replied, I appreciate your concern for my disciple, fellow Daoist Long. He's a bit of a troublemaker, so I've sent him somewhere obscure to cultivate, and he most likely won't be coming out for the next few decades. That's not a bad idea. After all, that disciple of yours is no ordinary cultivator, so it definitely couldn't hurt to take some extra precautions. However, if you want to challenge me right now, then I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. The first cultivator to represent our Long family won't be me, the Long family patriarch replied. At the same time, spatial fluctuations erupted beside him, and a black-robed figure abruptly appeared before turning to Han Li in a cold manner. I'll be taking you on first, fellow Daoist. If you can defeat me, then fellow Daoist Long will face you himself. This black-robed man was naturally none other than the mid-body integration stage elder of the Long family. Han Li immediately recalled the hostility that this man had displayed toward him earlier, and he nodded in a calm manner. All right, then please enlighten me, Brother Hui. A hint of a sinister smile seemed to have flashed over the Long family patriarch's face as golden light flashed from his body, and he flew off the myriad spirit platform before immediately instructing, fortify the restriction. Don't let this battle harm our disciples. The cultivators in the valley who were responsible for controlling the formation hurriedly sprang into action upon hearing this, and bright light immediately erupted from the formation flags around the myriad spirit platform. The massive light barrier over the entire stone platform tremored slightly before instantly becoming several times thicker, and restriction runes of different colors appeared on its surface. All of the people from the true spirit families were quite excited to see this. It certainly wasn't a commonplace opportunity to witness a battle between two body integration cultivators, so not only would this greatly broaden their horizons, it would also be a great chance for them to educate themselves. Within the light barrier, a cold smile suddenly appeared on the black-robed man's face, and he swept a sleeve through the air. A clear ringing sound erupted, and two streaks of black light flew out from within his sleeves before revealing themselves to be a pair of inky black hooks. The hooks were no more than 3 feet in length, and there were indistinct silver flowers revolving around them, creating quite an intriguing sight to behold. However, instead of attacking Hanli, the two hooks began to revolve around the black-robed man, seemingly more intent on keeping him safe than to directly attack Hanli. Hanli's brows furrowed slightly as a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes upon seeing this, and in the next instant, spiritual light flashed again from the black-robed man's sleeves, following which 2 streaks of white light shot forth from within. On this occasion, he had summoned a pair of pristine white short swords, each of which was around a foot in length and gave off a chilling glacial aura. He continued to sweep his sleeves through the air, and a pair of silver flying daggers emerged immediately thereafter. Hanli's eyelids twitched as he watched his opponent summon one pair of treasures after another, seemingly with no end in sight. Within mere moments, 36 pairs of different treasures had flown out of the black-robed man's sleeves, and they were all revolving around him, creating quite an intimidating sight to behold. The fact that he could control so many treasures at once indicated that his spiritual sense was definitely far more powerful than that of the average body integration cultivator. Hanli's mind was racing, but at the same time, he was also slightly awestruck. All of a sudden, the black-robed man cackled as the 72 treasures around him swept toward Hanli with unstoppable force. Hanli raised an eyebrow upon seeing this before sweeping a sleeve through the air, summoning several tens of small azure swords which surged toward the oncoming treasures as 72 streaks of azure light. A string of crisp clangs rang out in rapid succession as the azure flying swords clashed with the opposing treasures. The 72 treasures were blasting forth all types of energy attacks, such as clouds of black chi and arcs of lightning, but the azure flying swords managed to remain completely unscathed as if they possessed no substantial form. On top of that, they were binding tightly around the opposing treasures like spirit snakes, and the two sides were evenly matched. The black-robed man was slightly surprised to see this, and his treasures began to release more power at his behest, but they were still caught in a stalemate with the 72 azure bamboo clouds' warm swords. The black-robed man's expression darkened, and he suddenly took a deep breath before abruptly stepping forward and making a forward-grabbing motion. A resounding boom rang out as the world's origin chi within the entire light barrier surged violently, following which countless black threads appeared out of thin air, then shot forth as countless streaks of black light. The entire sky dimmed in the wake of the black light, and they reached Hanli in a flash. In response, Hanli remained completely unflustered as he let loose a low cry, then swept a hand forward to release a vast expanse of gray light. The gray light then condensed into a gray wall of light, and the seemingly unstoppable streaks of black light were all instantly caught within the wall. Hanli then raised an eyebrow as he pressed an inky black palm against the wall of light, and spiritual light flashed, following a string of dull thumps rang out. The black threads that had been caught within the wall of light all exploded and vanished as clouds of black smoke. Divine essence fused light, the black-robed man exclaimed upon seeing this. However, in the next instant, a vast expanse of black mist erupted from behind him, and the mist condensed into an enormous black sword above his head. The front half of the sword appeared to be substantial, yet the rear half was rather murky and indistinct. The tip of the sword tremored slightly, and a ball of black light immediately emerged. At the same time, a faint buzzing sound rang out. "Go!" The black-robed man then made a hand seal before pointing a finger at the giant sword in a solemn manner. The black ball of light immediately shot forth from the tip of the sword at his behest. In the beginning, the ball of light was only around the size of a human fist, but after just a few flashes, it had swelled to around 10 feet in diameter and was hurtling toward Hanley like a huge black meteorite, leaving a trail of warped and blurry black light in its wake. This black ball of light possessed such fearsome power that it was able to tear through space itself. What was even more astonishing was that the giant sword was releasing a string of these balls of black light, and 7 or 8 of them had been released in the blink of an eye. As opposed to being alarmed by this, Hanley instead chuckled, as expected of a mid-body integration cultivator. "Your powers are truly remarkable, fellow Taoist Hui." He raised an arm to extend a pristine white palm out of his sleeve, then quickly brought both of his palms together in front of his chest. Following a loud metallic clang, 2 small mountains, one black and one azure, emerged above his head. The 2 mountains revolved in the air while releasing an azure halo of light and a black circle of chi, intertwining to form a huge black and azure ring that shielded Hanley within it. At this moment, the first black ball of light crashed directly into the giant ring in a flash, and a resounding boom rang out as the black and azure light exploded. An enormous black hole appeared where the explosion had taken place, as if the space there had collapsed in on itself. After that, the rest of the balls of light also plunged into the black hole, and it instantly swelled to over 10 times its original size. At this point, the black hole had encompassed virtually the entire stone platform, and Hanley had been inundated by boundless darkness, along with the entire giant halo around him. The entirety of the myriad spirit platform began to tremor violently while releasing a strained creaking sound in the face of the enormous might emanating from the black hole, and all of the cultivators outside looked on in astonishment and fascination. The Long family patriarch had his hands clasped behind his back as he appraised the scenes unfolding on the platform in a completely expressionless manner, but the look in his eyes suggested that he wasn't actually as tranquil as he appeared. The woman in the 5-colored dress from the Yi family heaved a forlorn sigh to herself, and all of the cultivators from the other true spirit families wore vastly contrasting expressions. Of course, Fairy Xiao Feng and Elder Zhao's expressions had both become quite strained. Thankfully, the 72 azure flying swords that were contending with the treasures were still flying through the air in a controlled manner, which indicated that Hanley hadn't been incapacitated by the black-robed man's attacks, and that was the only source of solace for them. For the black-robed man himself, it clearly hadn't been a simple task to release so many black balls of light from that giant sword. Not only had the light in his eyes dimmed significantly, his aura had also noticeably abated, and even the purple scar on his forehead seemed to have become bigger than before. He heaved a sigh of relief and opened his mouth to expel a large shimmering blue seal, with which it appeared that he was going to unleash his final attack, when a calm voice suddenly rang out from within the giant black hole. "Is this all you have to offer, Brother Hui? I will admit that your abilities are quite interesting, but this won't be enough to defeat me." As soon as the voice trailed off, an extremely sharp screeching sound rang out from within the black hole, followed by a resounding boom. A silver ruler projection that was around 70 to 80 feet in length then abruptly sliced the black hole in half, and azure light flashed as a humanoid figure flew out from within. The black-robed man was truly surprised to see this, and he immediately made a hand seal, upon which the large blue seal swelled drastically to the size of a small mountain before hurtling directly toward the humanoid figure. Hanley, who had just emerged from the black hole, merely chuckled upon seeing this. One of the mountains above his head blurred momentarily before vanishing amid a flash of azure light, while the other expanded to over 1,000 feet in size amid a flash of gray light. Countless silver runes then swept forth from the mountain to meet the oncoming blue seal. The 2 enormous objects clashed, and in the beginning, there was no sound resulting from the clash whatsoever. In the next instant, gray shockwaves erupted through the air before sweeping forth in all directions. The black-robed man wore a dark expression as he waved a sleeve through the air, easily parting the shockwaves. He then narrowed his eyes as he cast his gaze toward Hanley, but right at this moment, his expression abruptly changed drastically as he swayed to the side. A streak of invisible sword chi then emerged without any warning before glancing past his shoulder. Even the protective spiritual chi around him was completely unable to impede it. If he hadn't reacted as quickly as he did, his shoulder would have been completely punctured. The black-robed man was quite alarmed by this, yet just as he was about to turn around to try and identify the invisible sword chi, more of these streaks of sword chi emerged around him like a torrential storm. His alarm was further exacerbated, and he immediately summoned a black shield and an antiquated golden mirror, which transformed into two barriers of light, one golden and one black, to shield him from the attack. At the same time, the giant black sword above his head also exploded into a cloud of black mist that inundated his entire body. However, the countless streaks of sword chi that were undetectable both to the naked eye and spiritual sense surged into the black mist. A string of dull thumps rang out, immediately followed by the screeching of metal grating against metal. Meanwhile, azure light flashed in the air above the black mist, and a small azure mountain abruptly appeared. The mountain was revolving rapidly on the spot, and with each revolution, it released a halo of azure light. As soon as the azure light left the mountain, it transformed into countless streaks of sword chi that vanished into thin air. Han Li's body swayed from afar, and after just a few flashes, he appeared directly above the small azure mountain before stomping a foot firmly onto its summit, then cast his gaze downward in an indifferent manner. The black mist down below was in tatters from being ravaged by the countless streaks of sword chi, and the black-robed man was about to be revealed. However, right in that instant, a pillar of golden light suddenly erupted from within the mist, hurtling directly toward the azure mountain up above. Han Li raised an eyebrow upon seeing this before abruptly stomping a foot downward, and the small azure mountain immediately ceased in its rotation. At the same time, a layer of azure light swept forth from it, instantly forming a translucent light shield in front of the mountain. However, as a result, the output of sword chi also ceased. In the instant that the golden pillar of light clashed with the light shield, the latter swayed slightly while the former tremored before a small portion of it crumbled away. The majority of the pillar of light was reflected back in the direction it had come from and vanished into the black mist in a flash. A rumbling explosion rang out from within the mist, followed by a roar of shock and fury from the black-robed man, and the black mist finally dissipated. The black-robed man was enveloped by a ball of golden light as he appeared on the spot, and at first glance, he didn't seem to have sustained any injuries, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that some faint traces of blood had appeared on one of his sleeves. These traces of blood were quite small, and they were barely noticeable on his black robes, but all of the cultivators present were at least at the nascent soul stage, so they naturally wouldn't fail to notice such a detail. A burst of chatter immediately rang out, and surprised expressions appeared on many people's faces. The two body integration cultivators from the Feng family exchanged a glance, only to discover their own dismay mirrored in one another's eyes. In contrast, Fairy Xiao Feng and Elder Xiao were ecstatic. Han Li didn't unleash any further attacks as he hovered in the air above. He merely stood atop his small azure mountain and looked down at his opponent in a calm and collected manner. However, the faint azure light that was flashing from the small mountain could transform into countless streaks of sword chi again at any moment. This isn't divine essence fused light, it's high zenith azure light. It's colorless and formless, yet peerlessly sharp. It really is just as fearsome as the legends proclaim. The black-robed man raised an arm as he spoke, extending a bloody azure hand from his sleeve to reveal several small laceration wounds, undoubtedly inflicted by Han Li's sword chi. Your abilities are just as remarkable, fellow Daoist Hui. To think that you're able to withstand high zenith azure light with nothing more than your physical body, that hand of yours is definitely no less resolute than the average defensive spirit treasure, Han Li said with a smile. Hee, looks like I'll really have to pull out some trump cards to match you, fellow Daoist Han," the black-robed man chuckled coldly, and the laceration wounds on his hand instantly healed amid a flash of spiritual light. At the same time, he took a deep breath, and a layer of black light flashed over his body, following which countless black patterns appeared over his skin. These black patterns roamed over his entire body as if they were living beings, and from a distance, it looked as if he had transformed into a devilish creature. On top of that, his aura had also become very peculiar. An intrigued look appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he made a grabbing motion, upon which a short shimmering silver ruler appeared in his grasp. However, right at this moment, the Long family patriarch suddenly intervened. "Elder Hui, I didn't assist you in cultivating this ability just so you could use it in a sparring match. You won't be able to defeat fellow Daoist Han easily, so let me face him in person." As soon as his voice trailed off, a loud thunderclap suddenly rang out from beneath his feet, and his body shot forth as a bolt of silver lightning, passing through the light barrier and appearing beside the black-robed man in a flash. The sinister look on the black-robed man's face stiffened slightly, and his heart jolted at the sight of the Long family patriarch's emotionless eyes. He nodded reluctantly and said, "Rest assured, Brother Long, the situation is under control. However, seeing as you're interested in facing fellow Daoist Han in my stead, I'll leave him to you." After that, he made a hand seal, and the black patterns all over his body gradually faded away. He then cast one final meaningful glance at Han Li before flying out of the light barrier as a streak of black light. Han Li turned toward the Long family patriarch, and there was no hint of fear on his face whatsoever as he chuckled, "Are you going to take Brother Huey's place, Brother Long? This truly is an honor. I'm already at the late body integration stage, yet you've only recently progressed to the body integration stage, so it wouldn't be right for me to engage you in battle. Instead, here's what I propose: if you can take 3 attacks from me, then I'll forfeit the match." The Long family patriarch said in a cold voice as he clasped his hands behind his back. Han Li initially faltered slightly upon hearing this before a smile appeared on his face. 3 attacks. All right, I have no objections to that. A stir immediately ran through all of the surrounding cultivators upon hearing this. Han Li had just displayed powers that weren't inferior to those of mid-body integration cultivators, and that had already drawn astonishment from many of the onlookers. Now that the Long family patriarch was proposing this 3-attack clause, everyone was getting very excited. To the cultivators of the true spirit families below the body integration stage, this was going to be an extremely eye-opening experience that would surely benefit them immensely. After all, the true spirit families who were pitted against the Long family during the past editions of the True Spirit ceremony had all forfeited their matches, so it had been a very long time since everyone had seen the Long family patriarch in action. First attack. The Long family patriarch clearly had no intention of wasting time with words, and after letting loose a low cry, he suddenly reached out with one of his hands. The entire sky immediately dimmed while the nearby world's origin chi surged violently, and a huge golden claw that was several tens of feet in size appeared above Han Li's head. 5 colored runes surged over the surface of the massive claw, and it grabbed directly toward Han Li. Before the claw had even reached Han Li, the air around him tightened, and he felt as if he had been trapped in a cage of iron and steel. All of a sudden, spatial fluctuations erupted above him, and a small black mountain appeared without any warning. Gray light swept forth from the mountain, and Han Li was immediately freed. He then thrust his pristine white palm upward, and 5 colored flames instantly surged forth from his fingers, forming a massive 5-colored hand that rose up to clash with the giant golden claw amid a resounding boom. The two seemed to be evenly matched for a brief moment before the giant golden claw destroyed the 5-colored hand amid a flash of golden light. Despite this, Han Li remained completely unflustered as he pointed a finger up into the air. The destroyed remnants of the massive five-colored hand transformed into five-colored glacial flames in a flash, and these flames immediately swept up the huge golden claw. As a result, the golden claw faltered in mid-air before being sealed within a huge chunk of five-colored glacial ice, reduced to a levitating ice statue. The Long family patriarch's eyelids twitched upon seeing this, but he then immediately yelled, "Second attack." As soon as his voice trailed off, he laid a hand onto his own head, and a thunderous dragon's roar rang out. Immediately thereafter, spiritual light flashed, and a golden WIRM projection flew up from the top of his head. The projection circled around in mid-air before abruptly plunging back down onto his body. In the next instant, bright golden light was released from his body, and golden scales appeared all over his face and limbs, while a pair of golden horns that were several inches in length emerged on his head. He had adopted a half-dragon form, and a thunderclap rang out from beneath his feet, following which he vanished on the spot in a flash. Almost at the exact same moment, Hanli heard a thunderclap erupt overhead, and the Long family patriarch appeared, then raised an arm before reaching down with his scaled golden hand. A dull thump rang out, and an enormous burst of power descended from the heavens. Hanli's pupils contracted slightly upon seeing this, and in his eyes, the oncoming hand seemed to have encompassed the entire myriad spirit platform, affording him no avenues for escape or evasion. If he were to be struck by this devastating force, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the attack, despite his powerful physical body. With that in mind, Hanli immediately directed the black mountain above his head toward the oncoming golden hand, sending it hurtling through the air with devastating might. At the same time, golden light flashed, and a golden figure emerged behind him before transforming into a golden projection with 3 heads and 6 arms. Right at this moment, a resounding boom rang out, and the black mountain was repelled by the golden hand, while the latter continued to descend toward Hanli, seemingly having not been slowed down in the slightest. Hanli's expression darkened upon seeing this, and the Provenance True Devil projection behind him raised all 6 of its arms before unleashing a torrential barrage of punches up into the air. Meanwhile, Hanli waved his silver ruler, and his silver ruler projection that was several tens of feet in length also erupted into the heavens amid a flash of silver light. In the next instant, an incessant string of explosions rang out as the golden fist projections and silver ruler projection clashed with the descending golden hand. Immediately thereafter, more ruler projections were unleashed by the silver ruler, numbering in the tens, hundreds, thousands. In the blink of an eye, countless projections had been conjured up by the silver ruler in Hanli's hand, and all of these projections were surging upward in a frenzy as a silver stream. The people outside the light barrier were stunned by the fearsome powers Hanli was unleashing, but the Long family patriarch seemed to be unimpressed as he let loose a cold harumph, which was immediately followed by an earth-shattering boom. In the next instant, the countless golden fist projections and silver ruler projections were all destroyed by a burst of extremely terrifying power. The golden hand flashed before appearing in the air no more than 10 feet above Hanli, then grabbed downward without any hesitation. Right at this moment, spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted nearby, and a green fist reached out before striking the golden hand like lightning. The seemingly completely unstoppable golden hand was diverted away upon being struck by the green fist, and taking advantage of this opportunity, Hanli vanished on the spot, then appeared just over 100 feet away from the Long family patriarch. As soon as he reappeared, he raised his head to appraise his opponent with a calm and collected look on his face. The Long family patriarch withdrew his hand, and a surprised look appeared on his face at the sight of the green arm that had appeared out of thin air. Spatial fluctuations erupted once again, and a humanoid figure with green skin emerged. The humanoid figure was around 20 feet tall with purple light flashing all over its body. It bore a strong resemblance to Hanli, and it had green light flashing within its eyes. Hanli waved a hand toward the green figure, and it arrived by his side in a flash. Is that a clone of yours? I must say, you have truly lived up to my expectations, fellow Daoist Han. Now then, this will be my third attack. The Long family patriarch chuckled coldly before raising an arm and making a grabbing motion toward Han Li. His actions appeared to be identical to what he had just done earlier, but on this occasion, the effect was far different. Even before his arm had been fully outstretched, a string of rumbling booms had begun to erupt in the surrounding area, alongside which countless five-colored specks of light appeared over the myriad spirit platform. In the next instant, these specks of light formed by the world's origin chi surged toward the Long family patriarch and vanished into his arm in a frenzy. The golden dragon scales all over his arms instantly became bright and translucent and shimmered with a layer of five-colored spiritual light. On top of that, the light was gradually becoming brighter and brighter, until many of the bystanders were forced to look away. At the same time, an extremely powerful burst of foreign spiritual pressure also erupted from that very same arm. It was as if the arm had become a completely independent entity, and its aura was even more powerful than that of the Long family patriarch himself. In the face of this devastatingly powerful attack, Han Li's expression finally changed slightly. As the Long family patriarch was approaching the point where it was going to be fully outstretched, he suddenly cupped his fist in a salute, and chuckled, "Your powers are truly extraordinary, fellow Daoist Long. There's no need for you to unleash your third attack, I concede." Before anyone had a chance to process what he had just said, azure light flashed from Han Li's body, and he flew out of the light barrier, tearing through it as if it were nothing more than a papier-mâché structure. After that, he returned to his chair at the front of the Gu family entourage, and the green figure followed closely behind him like a shadow in the process. All of the nearby Gu family cultivators reflexively took a few steps backward as they appraised the green figure with curious eyes, yet Han Li merely cast an indifferent glance toward it before making a hand seal, upon which it rapidly shrank down amid a flash of purple light. In the end, it transformed into a ball of purple light that vanished up his sleeve. Meanwhile, Fairy Xiao Feng and Elder Xiao were appraising Han Li with complex expressions. It was no wonder that this was their reaction. As a cultivator who had only recently reached the body integration stage, he had displayed powers that were not inferior to those of mid-body integration cultivators, but right when they had thought that he would create a miracle, he jumped off the platform and forfeited the match. No matter how they looked at it, something didn't seem right. However, in the wake of Han Li's astonishing display of power, they naturally didn't dare to ask any questions, and could only exchange a glance with wry smiles on their faces. They were rather exasperated by Han Li's erratic actions, but at the same time, all of their concerns had disappeared. In their eyes, Han Li was not inferior in power to their grand elder, Fairy Tian Li. In fact, his combat prowess seemed to be even superior. As such, it definitely wouldn't be an issue for the Gu family to secure a rank among the top 5. The Long family patriarch finally returned to his senses, and he cast his gaze toward Han Li as he chuckled, "Hee hee, interesting." After that, five-colored light swirled around his arm, and the surrounding world's origin chi vanished into thin air. At the same time, the golden dragon scales all over his body also receded as he reverted out of his half-dragon form. The man wearing the copper mask in the Feng family suddenly declared, "We're giving up on our plan." "What do you mean, brother?" "Even if that man is more powerful than an ordinary early body integration cultivator, at the very most, he's only comparable to that Tian Li hag. Surely we can take him down together," the man in the lavish robes countered with furrowed brows. "Humph, you think he's only comparable with Tian Li at most? Have you gone senile? Setting aside everything else, just that clone of his is extremely powerful. It was powerful enough to knock back Old Man Long's attack with just a single punch. That's already something that's beyond our capabilities. On top of that, he displayed no fear or concern throughout that entire battle, so he definitely has more tricks up his sleeve. Even the two of us combined will most likely find it very difficult to defeat him." I don't want our Feng family to make such an unfathomably powerful being our enemy, particularly at a time like this, the masked man replied in a cold voice. But what about our agreement with the Lao family? We already accepted benefits from them. The man in the lavish robes was still quite hesitant. All we agreed to was to weaken Fairy Tianli as much as we could for them. Seeing as she's not here, it's very normal that we would change our plans. If they try to pin the blame on us, we'll just have to return what they gave us. What are they going to do? During our losers bracket match against the Gu family, just fight using normal methods, the masked man said in an implacable manner. In that case, we'll do as you say. It's rather regrettable that we won't be able to kick the Gu family out of the top 5 families, but I guess we'll just have to wait until next time, the man in the lavish robes sighed in a reluctant manner. In contrast, the masked man could clearly see the bigger picture, and he chuckled. The devilish tribulation is about to strike soon. Who knows how many of these true spirit families will even be left on the other side? There's no need to think so far ahead. The man in the lavish robes could only offer a wry smile in response. Meanwhile, several of the Lao family elders were standing around the only early body integration cultivator in their family, and they were currently discussing something in hushed tones. The restriction around their entourage made it impossible to hear what they were saying, but their strained expressions clearly indicated that they were far from happy about this situation. The Lao family's body integration cultivator was a white-robed middle-aged scholar, and his brows were also tightly furrowed. It was quite clear that Han Li's display of power had come as quite a nasty surprise to them. The next match will be the losers bracket match to decide the 4th and 5th ranks, and it'll take place between the Feng family and the Gu family, the Long family patriarch announced. Both of the Feng family's body integration cultivators turned toward the Gu family entourage in unison upon hearing this, while Fairy Xiao Feng and Elder Xiao both turned toward Han Li. I forfeit this match. Much to everyone's surprise, Han Li forfeited the match without any hesitation, and this naturally created quite a stir. Senior Han. Fairy Xiao Feng began as an urgent look appeared on her face. Han Li merely turned to her in an indifferent manner, and said, the Feng family also has 2 body integration cultivators, and they're adept in combination techniques, so there's not much chance for me to defeat them. As such, it would naturally be a better idea to conserve my powers. Besides, according to our agreement, I only have to ensure that the Gu family can maintain its current rank, so I'm not breaking our agreement, am I? Fairy Xiao Feng's expression changed a few times, but in the end, she conceded, of course, it's just that the 4th-ranked family will receive far more benefits than the 5th-ranked one. Forgive me for being greedy, senior. Thus, the Long family patriarch announced the result of this forfeited match, following which the other 3 families drew lots. On this occasion, the Long family received a bye, so the next match was naturally between the woman in the 5-colored dress from the Yi family and the man from the Lin family. The two of them seemed to have a long-running feud, so as soon as their match began, both of them unleashed their most powerful attacks, and the battle quickly reached an astonishing climax. Both of them were at the mid-body integration stage, but it was quite clear that the woman from the Yi family was slightly superior in power. Even after the Lin family representative unleashed several new abilities in succession, he was still forced out of the light barrier by his opponent in the end, and he could only return to his seat in a furious manner. Thus, the next match was naturally to be held between the Yi family and the Long family, but the woman in the 5-colored dress knew that she was no match for the Long family patriarch, so she conceded in a very straightforward manner. As for the Feng family, they also made the wise decision not to challenge any of the top 3 families. As a result, the ranking of the top 5 families remained the same as before, with the Gu family bringing up the rear once again. It was now time for the lower-ranked families to issue challenges, but the Gu family wasn't overly concerned about this segment, considering Han Li had just displayed his powers to them. Despite this, the 6th-ranked family, which was the Lao family, still decided to issue a challenge. The white-robed scholar rose to his feet with a solemn look on his face, and said, "I would like to challenge the Gu family. Please enlighten me, fellow Daoist Han." White light then flashed from the scholar's body, and in the next instant he appeared on the platform to wait for Han Li. Han Li smiled upon seeing this, and azure light also flashed from his body as he appeared before the scholar. Lao Ai wore a serious expression as he gave Han Li a curt nod, then flipped both of his hands over to summon a black feral in one hand, while golden light flashed from his other hand, and a giant shimmering golden brush appeared. The brush was several feet in length, and its tip was shimmering with extremely vibrant five-colored spiritual light. The feral twirled through the air, conjuring up several tens of black spirit flowers that created a barrier around him. At the same time, he waved the giant golden brush in his other hand through the air, and a series of massive exuberant five-colored butterflies appeared. 1. A ferule is a wooden ruler-like object normally used for physical punishment. The scholar let loose a low cry, and all of the demonic butterflies spread their wings, releasing bursts of five-colored powder that quickly expanded into a five-colored toxic cloud around an acre in size. The toxic cloud surged directly toward Han Li at the scholar's behest, and at the same time, he began to chant something before opening his mouth to expel a red bamboo tube. The bamboo tube was opened amid a flash of bright red light, and countless shimmering red runes flew out from within it. These runes all seemed to be very profound, but in the instant that they emerged from the bamboo tube, they all twisted and transformed into fire ravens that flew toward Han Li, right behind the toxic cloud. This Lao Ai was only an early body integration cultivator, but his attacks were quite powerful indeed, so it was no wonder that he still dared to challenge Han Li despite witnessing his earlier display of power. However, these attacks were naturally nothing in the eyes of Han Li. As opposed to being alarmed by these ferocious oncoming attacks, Han Li chuckled instead. Without summoning any treasures, he made a hand seal, and golden light flashed, following which that golden projection with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared behind him again. The projection made different seals with each of its 6 hands, and translucent spiritual light swirled around its body, following which it attained a substantial form. It had 3 extremely clear and lifelike faces that were identical to that of Han Li, and at the same time, there was a layer of golden scales all over each of its 6 arms. There were also faint runes running along the lengths of its arms, creating quite a mysterious sight to behold. This was none other than Han Li's provenance golden body. Even the Long family patriarch could no longer maintain his composure at the sight of this 3-headed golden body. A stunned look appeared on his face, and he exclaimed, "That's a golden body." Not just him, but the 2 mid-body integration cultivators of the Yi family and the Lin family were clearly aware of the existence of golden bodies as well, and they were just as astonished. In the instant that the golden body took shape behind Han Li, the toxic cloud and countless fire ravens had also reached him, and it looked as if he were going to be completely inundated. However, a cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and he suddenly let loose a loud cry. In the next instant, the golden body behind him swayed and somehow ended up in front of him. Bright golden light erupted from its body, and it swelled drastically to several tens of feet in size, then raised all 6 of its arms at once and thrust them toward the toxic cloud and fire ravens. A string of spluttering sounds rang out in rapid succession, and a golden ball of light emerged within each of the golden body's 6 large hands. The balls of light revolved incessantly over their palms before being hurled forth in unison. The balls of light then converged and combined in mid-air to form a golden vortex. At the same time, the golden body opened all 6 of its eyes at once and began to utter 3 completely different chants that stacked on top of one another. Within the vortex, loud thunderclaps rang out alongside Buddhist chants, and the vortex expanded to 30 to 40 feet in size in a flash. Immediately thereafter, a golden shock wave that was visible to the naked eye erupted from within the vortex. The oncoming toxic cloud and fire ravens were completely unable to put up any resistance and were swept up by the shock wave before being drawn into the vortex. Moments later, the devastating attacks that Lao Ai had unleashed ceased to exist, and he was naturally very alarmed by this development. He hurriedly raised the giant brush in his hand to try and unleash another wave of attacks, but it was too late. The Provenance golden body raised all 6 of its arms at Han Li's behest before unleashing punches toward Lao Ai from afar. 6 shimmering golden fist projections erupted forth amid a string of dull thumps, then instantly vanished into thin air. Crap! Lao Ai was a seasoned veteran when it came to battles, and he immediately knew that he was in trouble. Instead of unleashing an attack with his giant golden brush, he suddenly withdrew it before drawing a circle with it in midair. Golden light flashed, and a round golden shield appeared in front of him out of thin air. At the same time, the red bamboo tube he had summoned earlier also transformed into a red light barrier that enveloped his body within it. In addition to the black light formed by the black ferrule, he had instantly set up 3 layers of defenses, all of which appeared to be quite formidable. However, in the instant that these defenses took shape, the 6 shimmering golden fist projections suddenly re-emerged out of thin air. Initially, they had only been around the size of human hands, yet they were now as large as a human head and struck the defenses amid a string of sharp ringing sounds. Blinding golden light flashed as the first 3 fist projections exploded, and the 3 layers of defenses were vanquished, exposing Lao Ai to the rest of the attacks. Lao Ai was naturally petrified to see this, and he immediately brought his hand together before separating them again to produce a white bone hammer. He grabbed onto the long shaft of the hammer with both hands and swept it horizontally before him like lightning. The white bone hammer instantly swelled to around 10 feet in size, following which the remaining 3 golden fist projections reached him at alarming speeds. An earth-shattering boom rang out as golden and white light intertwined. Lao Ai felt a burst of enormous power crash into his hammer, sending sharp pain spearing through his fingers, and he took an involuntary step backward. Before he even had a chance to steady himself, the second fist projection struck the bone hammer as well amid another resounding boom. Lao Ai's face turned completely pale and devoid of color as the bone hammer was forcibly wrenched out of his hands, flying away into the distance alongside the second fist projection. The third fist projection then struck the protective spiritual light around his body without giving him any chance to react, and he could only look on in horror and despair at the oncoming unstoppable attack. Golden light flashed, and a burst of enormous power erupted forth, sending him flying without being able to offer any resistance. His body flew through the air like a cannonball, crashing straight through the light barrier with a dull thump before flying over 100 feet away from the myriad spirit platform. Only then did he just barely manage to stabilize himself in midair, and he hurriedly examined his own body, upon which he heaved a long sigh of relief. Lao Ai then turned to Han Li with a grateful look on his face before cupping his fist in a salute. "Thank you for holding back, Brother Han. Your powers are far superior to mine." It was quite clear that he knew that he was only able to remain completely unscathed as Han Li had held back in his final attack. "There's no need to thank me. This is only a sparring match, so my objective isn't to wound you," Han Li replied with a nonchalant smile. He naturally wasn't going to make enemies for himself for no good reason. At this point, all of the onlookers from the true spirit families were completely flabbergasted. Most of them had already identified that Han Li was definitely no ordinary early body integration cultivator, yet it still came as a massive shock to everyone that he was able to defeat Lao Ai so easily. As for the body integration cultivators among the true spirit families, they were now appraising Han Li with awe and veneration, while a small portion of them were looking at him with complex contemplative looks on their faces. Hanli flew casually out of the light barrier and returned to his seat among the Gu family entourage, upon which Bai Guo'er immediately offered a cup of spirit tea to him in a respectful manner. "Master, please have some tea." Hanli took a glance at her to find that her cheeks were slightly red from excitement. It was no wonder that she was displaying such a reaction. She was already aware that Hanli was a body integration cultivator, but he had never displayed his powers before her. As such, how could she not be elated and excited upon witnessing Hanli's extraordinary powers? Hanli smiled as he accepted the cup of spirit tea before taking a sip. Meanwhile, Fairy Xiao Feng and Elder Xiao were also appraising Hanli with surprise and elation. His powers had clearly far exceeded their expectations as well. The Gu family's spot in the top 5 was now truly assured. The rest of the process was quite simple. All of the true spirit families were aware of how powerful one another were, so there weren't that many challenges. After just a few matches, all of the rankings had been decided. After that, it was time to distribute the badges created by that myriad spirit beast, as well as other resources, according to these new rankings. Hanli naturally played no role in this and left things to Fairy Xiao Feng and Elder Xiao. He merely sat in his seat with an amused smile as the family leaders gathered on the myriad spirit platform completely cast aside all pretenses of affability and civility, arguing with one another with spittle flying in all directions. Even the slightest compromise would lead to the loss of an astonishing amount of benefits, so there were naturally no families who were willing to back down. Thankfully, the rankings that had just been established aided in speeding up this resource distribution process. Otherwise, they would most likely argue indefinitely without a consensus ever being reached. However, the body integration cultivators among the true spirit families naturally weren't going to stoop to this level, and they all remained in their seats as well, patiently awaiting the result of the negotiations. Some of them were appraising Hanli with curiosity in their eyes, and on this occasion, none of them dared to display any animosity, so Hanli merely rested with his eyes closed and pretended not to notice. All of a sudden, the voice of the Long family patriarch rang out within his ears. "Fellow Daoist Han, your abilities aren't limited to the clone and golden body you displayed just now, right?" Hanli's expression changed slightly as he opened his eyes and turned toward the Long family patriarch. He then also transmitted his voice calmly in response. "Oh. I'm sure your abilities aren't just limited to your half-dragon transformation, isn't that right, Brother Long?" The Long family patriarch was silent for a moment before asking a question that caught Hanli completely off guard. "Of course. However, your powers are far superior to what I anticipated. Are you related in any way to the Holy Island, Brother Han?" Hanli's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this, but his expression remained unchanged as he asked, "The Holy Island? Why do you ask, fellow Daoist? It's fine if you don't want to tell me. However, I have something I would like to discuss with you. Would you be interested in meeting me in the Myriad Spirit Hall tonight?" The Long family patriarch asked with a faint smile. The Myriad Spirit Hall. Hanli's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this, and many thoughts raced through his mind at once. The so-called Myriad Spirit Hall was a hall that had been carved into a mountain face in this valley. The hall was where the true spirit family leaders and elders had first gathered to discuss the proceedings of the ceremony. The fact that the Long family patriarch was extending an invitation to meet him later in this hall suggested that he definitely had something very important to talk about. Hanli didn't reject this offer right away, but he took a rather cautious route as he asked, "Would you be able to reveal what you would like to speak to me about so I can make a decision?" The Long family patriarch was silent for a moment before replying in a calm manner, "I can't reveal too much to you, but what I can tell you is that this has something to do with a major event that will take place following the arrival of the devilish tribulation. On top of that, this event could bring you enormous benefits. It could even decide whether we would have the opportunity to progress to the Grand Ascension stage." Despite Han Li's calm and steadfast nature, he was still stunned by what he had just heard. The Grand Ascension Stage. Indeed. I've already made agreements with several other fellow Taoists to join me, and with the powers you've displayed, you've earned the right to participate in this matter as well, the Long family patriarch confirmed. Han Li forcibly repressed his own astonishment, and only after a long while did he finally make a decision. All right, in that case, I'll be meeting you later tonight. The Long family patriarch seemed to be very pleased with Han Li's answer, and he chuckled, "Hee, you've definitely made a wise decision, fellow Taoist. I'm sure what we're going to be talking about will be of great interest to you." After that, he didn't speak any further about this matter. The rest of the True Spirit ceremony was very simple. After finally arriving at an agreement about the distribution of resources, the entire ceremony drew to a conclusion. Fairy Xiao Feng led Han Li to a secluded place and handed over what she had promised to Han Li without any delay. After that, she couldn't help but extend another invitation for Han Li to join the Gu family, and she stated that if Han Li were to agree, not only would he receive the same benefits afforded to the Grand Elder of the Gu family, he would have absolute authority in the family second only to the family leader herself. However, Han Li euphemistically turned her down again. Fairy Xiao Feng was very disappointed by this, and she could only ask Han Li to visit the Gu family whenever he had some free time. It was quite clear that she wanted her Gu family to establish good relations with Han Li. Han Li naturally agreed with a smile to this proposal. Thus, some of the True Spirit families began to depart from the Myriad Spirit Valley and embarked on the journey to return to their respective territories. In contrast, most of the families decided to remain in the Myriad Spirit Valley for a few more days to exchange some resources and cultivation arts, which would make the journey to come here somewhat worthwhile for the ordinary members of these True Spirit families. The Gu family was one of the families that stayed, temporarily settling in a cluster of buildings within the valley, among which Han Li occupied a small pavilion to himself. That night, he silently departed from the pavilion and flew toward the Myriad Spirit Hall. Upon approaching the hall, he discovered that there was someone standing at the entrance in silence, seemingly stationed there specifically to wait for him. Han Li focused his gaze on the figure to find that it was Elder Hui of the Long family. The black-robed man had completely discarded his animosity toward Han Li, and he cupped his fist in a salute with a warm smile on his face. "You really are a man of your word, fellow Taoist Han. Brother Long and the other fellow Taoists have been waiting for some time already." "Oh. Has Brother Long invited other people as well?" Han Li asked in a contemplative manner. Indeed he has. All will be revealed soon enough, please follow me," the black-robed man chuckled as he made an inviting hand gesture. "All right, then please lead the way, fellow Taoist Hui," Han Li replied with an indifferent nod. The black-robed man seemed to be completely unfazed by Han Li's rather aloof demeanor, and the two of them strode into the hall one after the other. The entire hall was almost completely empty, devoid of even the guards that were normally stationed here. It was quite clear that they had been asked to vacate the hall in advance. Han Li was led by the black-robed man into a rather secretive side hall connected to the main hall, and there were already 3 people seated around a massive stone table waiting for him there. As soon as Han Li made his way into the room, everyone turned toward him in unison, and upon catching sight of these people, Han Li's pupils immediately contracted slightly. The trio consisted of the Long family patriarch, as well as the woman in the 5-colored dress from the Yi family and the mid-body integration cultivator from the Lin family. Thus, there were 5 cultivators who possessed powers at or above the mid-body integration stage gathered here at once, and that was quite a formidable lineup. The woman from the Yi family turned toward Han Li with a wide smile, while the man from the Lin family merely took an indifferent glance at him before looking away, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. A rare smile appeared on the Long family patriarch's face at the sight of Han Li's arrival, and he said, "Please take a seat, fellow Taoist Han." Hanli gave a faint smile in response before making his way over to the table in an unhurried manner, then sitting down in one of the empty chairs. As for Elder Hui, he sat down directly beside the Long family patriarch. "Old man Long, why have you gathered all of us at once?" "I don't have much time to waste here," the man from the Lin family said in an impatient manner. "Hee, let's not rush things, fellow Daoist Lin. I'll introduce one more person to everyone, and after that, I'll elaborate on everything," the Long family patriarch chuckled in a nonchalant manner. "Oh. There's someone else who's yet to join us. How many people did you invite, Brother Long?" "Don't tell me the Feng brothers were invited as well," the woman from the Yi family said with a smile. The Long family patriarch seemed to have already anticipated this to be a point of contention, and he calmly replied, "Rest assured, Fairy Yi, fellow Daoist Thousand Autumns only entered the valley following the conclusion of our ceremony, and she'll immediately depart following our discussion tonight, so there won't be any issues." The woman from the Yi family was silent for a moment before heaving a faint sigh. "In that case, I'll trust your judgment, Brother Long. Please elaborate on why you gathered all of us here." The man from the Lin family also sat back down as his expression eased slightly. The Long family patriarch nodded upon seeing this, but what he said next almost had the Lin family grand elder jumping out of his seat again. "It's quite a simple matter, really. I invited all of you here as I wanted you to accompany me into the Elder Devil realm when our two realms fuse as one during the devilish tribulation." "You want to enter the Elder Devil realm? Have you gone senile, old man Long? If you want to die, go on your own. Don't try to take us with you," the Lin family grand elder exclaimed in an enraged manner. In contrast, a thought seemed to have occurred to the Yi family grand elder upon hearing this, and a contemplative look appeared on her face. As for Hanli, he was also rather bewildered by this outrageous suggestion. "At ease, now, Brother Lin, I'm not suggesting a suicide mission. I'm at least 70% to 80% confident that we'll be able to survive a venture into the Elder Devil realm, and I certainly have no intention of dying anytime soon," the Long family patriarch replied in a calm manner. Even so, the sacred ancestors of the Elder Devil realm are extremely fearsome beings. If we encounter one of them, there's no way we could get away alive, and that isn't even taking into account the countless high-grade devilish beings in that realm. Perhaps we can combat them using the power of formations in the spirit realm, but if we enter their territory, we'll be feeding ourselves to the wolves, the Lin family grand elder condemned. "What if I were to tell you that I have a way to convert our auras to be temporarily identical to those of ordinary elder devils, and the disguise is so convincing that even body integration stage elder devils won't be able to see through it? What do you think now, Brother Lin?" the Long family patriarch asked as he narrowed his eyes slightly. "Are you being serious, Brother Long? The high-grade elder devils of the Elder Devil realm are adept in all types of unfathomable abilities. How could we possibly be able to fool them?" the woman from the Yi family asked with furrowed brows. The Long family patriarch merely chuckled in response before turning to Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns. "Fellow Daoist Thousand Autumns, please demonstrate." "Of course," the yellow-robed woman replied with an elegant smile, then flipped a hand over to reveal a thumb-sized black bead that she placed into her mouth and swallowed. In the next instant, she made a hand seal, and a layer of black mist appeared over her body, completely inundating her in an instant. The black mist then surged like living tendrils, and Han Li's pupils contracted at the sight of it as he murmured to himself in a barely audible voice, "That's true devilish qi." Even though he was speaking in such a faint voice, all of the people in the hall were body integration cultivators, so they naturally managed to overhear him. The man from the Lin family and the woman from the Yi family exchanged a glance, and their expressions both changed ever so slightly. In contrast, the Long family patriarch turned to Han Li with a meaningful gaze, and remarked, You must be using some kind of powerful devil Dao cultivation art for you to be able to identify this true devilish qi so quickly, fellow Daoist Han. Come to think of it, the golden body that you displayed earlier in the day is rather similar to some elder devil avatars of the elder devil realm, so that does make some sense. You truly possess a sharp discerning eye, Brother Long, Han Li replied with an ambiguous smile. Right at this moment, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns let loose a delicate cry, and the true devilish qi converged toward her in a frenzy. Within mere moments, all of it had been converted into black liquid that was absorbed into her body, and once the mist dissipated, she was revealed once again. However, there was something different about her. In terms of physical appearance, there was no difference whatsoever, and judging from that alone, one could easily be forgiven for thinking that whatever she had just done had completely failed. However, right before everyone's bewildered eyes, her aura suddenly transformed and a burst of astonishing devilish qi suddenly erupted from her body. Several inky black devilish patterns appeared over her fair and delicate cheeks, and a black bead emerged on her glabella. Even though half of the bead was embedded into her glabella, it was quite clear that this was the very same bead that she had swallowed. Han Li's expression changed slightly, and he immediately directed his spiritual sense toward the woman, following which a surprised look appeared on his face. He discovered that the magic power flowing within her body had become extremely pure true devilish qi, and the aura that she was giving off was completely identical to that of the elder devils he had encountered back in the human world. Not only was Han Li quite stunned by this, the grand elders of the Lin family and the Yi family were also very alarmed. After a brief silence, the woman from the Yi family said in a cautious manner, "That is indeed very convincing, but we're not devilish beings, after all, so perhaps we're unable to see through this disguise, but the elder devils may be able to. Rest assured, Fairy Yi, this devil fane bead of mine was refined from the devilish core of a deceased elder devil. After the true devilish qi within it is expelled using this secret technique, there's no way that the average high-grade elder devil can see through it. In order to test the efficacy of this bead, I mingled myself with several elder devils that our spirit race captured during the last devilish tribulation, and I was held captive with them for several months. During that time, none of them managed to see through my disguise. While it is indeed true that we still have to be wary of the sacred ancestors and some other devilish beings who possess certain special abilities, the chances of encountering such beings are almost negligible. After all, according to the legends, the elder devil realm is no smaller than our spirit realm, the yellow-robed woman said in a serious manner. Contemplative looks appeared on everyone's faces upon hearing this. After some contemplation, the woman from the Yi family sighed, "All right, even if we were to accept that this is a plausible course of action, venturing into the elder devil realm is still an extremely perilous endeavor. You have to tell us exactly what we're searching for. If an opportunity to progress to the grand ascension stage really does exist in that realm, then I'm willing to take a risk even if there's only a sliver of an opportunity awaiting us." The grand elder of the Lin family faltered slightly upon hearing this before awaiting a response with a surly look on his face. "Do you think I would propose taking such a massive risk without a suitable corresponding reward? Have you heard of the spirit cleansing pond and the clean spirit lotus?" The Long family patriarch chuckled coldly. Spirit cleansing pond. Clean spirit lotus. Both Han Li and the man from the Lin family were rather perplexed by these two names. In contrast, a flash of recognition flashed through the eyes of the woman from the Yi family. "Hee, looks like you've heard of it, Fairy Yi." "That's no surprise, considering you were once an in-name disciple of Senior Mo," Elder Hui chuckled. "What are you trying to say, Brother Hui? Are you expressing displeasure toward Master Mo?" the woman from the Yi family asked in a cold voice. "Hee, I wouldn't dare to be so insolent. I'm just saying that Senior Mo has presumably ventured deep into the elder devil realm on more than one occasion, so it wouldn't be a surprise if he knew of the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus in that realm," Elder Hui replied. "I know of the two items you're referring to, but that has nothing to do with my master. Instead, one of the forefathers of our Yi family slew a high-grade elder devil during a previous devilish tribulation, and learned this information by searching that elder devil's soul. However, the information is very rough and unspecific. All I know is that those two items aren't very useful at all to devilish beings, but they can have incredible effects on the beings of our spirit realm, the woman from the Yi family explained in a cold manner. I see. Looks like I misread the situation, Elder Hui chuckled, and it was impossible to tell whether he truly believed this alibi. A contemplative look appeared on the Long family patriarch's face upon hearing this exchange, and Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns smiled as she said, "You may not have heard of the Spirit Cleansing Pond and Clean Spirit Lotus, but I'm sure you've heard of the Immortal Transformation Pond and Enlightenment Attainment Lotus, right?" The man from the Lin family immediately shook his head in disbelief as he exclaimed, "What? Are you saying that they're the same thing? That's impossible. The Immortal Transformation Pond is something that only exists in the true immortal realm, and it's said that only newly ascended cultivators will be granted the opportunity to enter the pond and attain an immortal body. As for that Enlightenment Attainment Lotus, it's a spirit item that only exists alongside the Immortal Transformation Pond, and can drastically improve one's spiritual root and intelligence. It's said that even a severely mentally disabled person could attain extraordinary intelligence upon consuming this flower. Hanli was naturally quite stunned to hear the names of these two legendary items as well, and he stared intently at Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns, trying to identify whether she was telling the truth. As for the woman from the Yi family, she remained completely silent with a dark expression on her face. The Immortal Transformation Pond and Enlightenment Attainment Lotus are extremely rare even in the true immortal realm. It would take tens of millions of years for them to take shape, so they're naturally not the same as the Spirit Cleansing Pond and Clean Spirit Lotus. However, even though the effects of the latter pair of items are far inferior, there's still more than enough to drastically enhance us in all areas. The connection between them is that the Spirit Cleansing Pond and Clean Spirit Lotus are the pre-evolved forms of the Immortal Transformation Pond and Enlightenment Attainment Lotus, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns said with a mysterious smile as she tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear. I see. In that case, why do such precious spirit items exist in the Elder Devil realm that's rife with devilish chi, rather than here in our spirit realm? Also, how do you know if they actually exist in the Elder Devil realm? Hanli asked in a serious voice. After a brief hesitation, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns replied, "This information was revealed to us by the last spirit monarch of our spirit race. He had once ventured deep into the Elder Devil realm as well, and had witnessed those two spirit items for himself. Unfortunately, he was discovered and wounded before he could enter the spirit pond, and was forced to return to the spirit realm. Hence, the information comes from a credible source. As for why such extraordinary spirit items are growing in the Elder Devil realm, that's something known only by the heavens. However, I think that those two spirit items took shape there precisely because the Elder Devil realm is so rife with devilish chi. I think that all of the spiritual chi within that realm has been forced to a single place, thereby giving rise to these two items. In contrast, our spirit realm is indeed more abundant with spiritual chi overall, but it's not condensed enough in any place to allow such spirit items to take shape. 1. IGT, note, true devilish chi equals perfect devil chi, the higher grade devil chi that was used in earlier arcs to corrupt the lower realm. Made multiple appearances, one of which was in After a brief moment of contemplation, Hanli turned to the Long family patriarch, and said, I see, so it must have been you who revealed this information to fellow Daoist Long. However, I'm sure there has to be other reasons why Brother Long is willing to believe this information so firmly, right? The Grand Elders of the Yi family and the Lin family also turned to the Long family patriarch to await his response. I naturally have my own methods to verify the authenticity of this information, but I can't disclose the method I used. Thankfully, Fairy Ye's words from earlier provide further confirmation that those two spirit items do indeed exist somewhere in the Elder Devil realm. In that case, it's up to us to decide whether we dare to take this risk to pursue this extraordinary reward. Truth be told, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns, Brother Hui, and I have already decided to go on this venture no matter what, and will also be joined by several Holy Spirit level beings from the spirit race. The three sovereigns definitely wouldn't participate in something like this, so I decided to invite the three of you instead. Hee, I actually initially only planned on inviting Fairy Yi and Brother Lin, but you turned out to be an unexpected surprise, fellow Daoist Han. Now then, are the three of you willing to venture into the Elder Devil realm with us? The Long family patriarch asked with a hint of finality in his voice. Han Li and the others exchanged a few glances upon hearing this, and none of them immediately gave a reply. After a long while, the woman from the Yi family said, "When are you planning to travel to the Elder Devil realm, Brother Long?" According to what I've heard, this devilish tribulation is going to be far more perilous than the previous ones, and even our entire human race could be wiped out if we're not careful. If we pick the wrong time to leave, there's a very good chance that we could perish. I've naturally already considered all of this. After taking all these factors into account, I've decided to enter the Elder Devil realm several decades after the commencement of the devilish tribulation. At that point, the human race would have most likely already weathered the most fierce part of the storm, and a stalemate would therefore ensue. If we enter the Elder Devil realm under those circumstances, we should be quite safe. Fellow Daoist Han is a vagrant cultivator, so he doesn't have to worry about anything. As for the Yi family and the Lin family, I'm sure you two aren't the only body integration cultivators from your respective families, right? The Long family patriarch asked in a calm manner. You sure seem to have a lot of information on our two families. If our Lin family doesn't encounter any major peril during the devilish tribulation, then I'll accompany you on this journey, the man from the Lin family said. It was quite clear that despite his outward display of reluctance, the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus were simply too tempting for him to ignore. Seeing as we have a method to disguise our auras, we'll naturally have a much greater chance of survival. However, no matter how seamless a disguise is, it'll most likely be exposed eventually. Roughly how long will our journey require? If the journey is going to take too long, the chances of death will be quite high, and I'll need some time to consider the matter before I make my decision. Of course, if it won't take very long, then I naturally won't give up on this fantastic opportunity, the woman from the Yi family said. That's a difficult question to answer. According to my knowledge, the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus are situated at the center of the Elder Devil realm, so even if everything goes smoothly, the duration of the trip would be over 10 years. If we encounter some unforeseen trouble along the way, then it's quite possible that our journey would be several times longer than that. Furthermore, we won't be setting off as soon as the devilish tribulation commences, so we won't actually have a lot of time, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns replied. The woman from the Yi family contemplated this matter for a long while before giving her response. So it could take several decades. That's quite a long time. I'm going to have to think about this and give you a response later. The Long family patriarch wasn't surprised to hear this, and he nodded in a meaningful manner. Of course, this is indeed a matter that'll require careful consideration. However, your Heavenly Phoenix bloodline grants you some powerful spatial abilities, so you would be a great asset to us if you were to come on this journey. If you choose to remain behind, it would be quite a pity. The woman from the Yi family also nodded in response before falling silent. Thus, everyone turned their attention to Han Li, who was the only one yet to provide an answer. After a brief pause for contemplation, a wry smile appeared on Han Li's face, and he said something that came as quite a surprise to everyone. I'm just a vagrant cultivator with no inhibitions, so I naturally won't hesitate to pursue an opportunity like this. However, I have some other important things to do in the next few centuries, all of which are rather time-consuming, so I may not be able to make it. In contrast with the woman from the Yi family, Han Li's participation didn't seem to matter much to the Long family patriarch, and he replied in an indifferent manner, I see. In that case, I wish you luck in your other engagements. If you have the time, then you would be more than welcome to come with us. Otherwise, I won't force you to do anything against your will. However, I must warn all of you to keep this a secret, regardless of whether you intend to go or not. We are the only ones who are aware of this information at this point. If I hear any rumors about this circulating in the outside world, then don't blame me for turning on you. I'm not concerned that other people would compete with us. I'm merely worried that if the Elder Devil race were to learn of our plan, our trip to the Elder Devil realm would become a lot more arduous. Han Li merely gave a nonchalant smile in response, but the woman from the Yi family was rather displeased by this insinuation. What do you take us for, Brother Long? Why would we do something that would benefit others at our own expense? I was only raising a hypothetical situation. If I didn't believe that you would keep this a secret, I wouldn't have revealed this information to you. Now then, everything has been said and done. It'll be up to you to decide whether you want to take this risk. However, you have to give me an answer prior to the commencement of the devilish tribulation. If any of you decide against joining us, I have to search for other companions, the Long family patriarch said in a serious manner. Of course, the woman from the Yi family replied with a nod, and Han Li also nodded with a contemplative look on his face. Seeing as the discussion had concluded, Han Li and the others departed after making some small talk. They were accompanied out of the Myriad Spirit Hall by Elder Hui, leaving only the Long family patriarch and Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns in the hall. The smile on the yellow-robed woman's face immediately vanished, and she seemed to be pondering something. The Long family patriarch was also staring off into space with a contemplative look on his face, and silence ensued. After a while, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns suddenly said, I still don't understand why you insist on convincing someone from the Yi family to join us. Do you really think her spatial abilities will be that important to us? I've already invited another good friend from the spirit race who possesses spatial abilities that definitely won't be inferior to hers. Are you unwilling to trust me, Brother Long? Of course not. You and I have been acquaintances for a long time, so I certainly wouldn't doubt you. However, the Elder Devil realm is an extremely perilous place, so it would naturally be best for us to have two fellow Taoists with spatial abilities. On top of that, the Yi family has many secret techniques and abilities that aren't inferior to those of our Long family, so she would definitely be a valuable ally to us, the Long family patriarch replied in a calm manner. Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns was silent for a moment before continuing, all right, but is there really a need to recruit that fellow Taoist Han? No matter how powerful he is, he's still only an early body integration cultivator. If you want more numbers, I can return to the spirit race and recruit another mid-body integration stage fellow Taoist. We agreed that the same number of human and spirit beings will be entering the Elder Devil realm for this journey. You're not going back on your word, are you? Also, I'm afraid you're wrong about that Han brat. He may have only recently reached the early body integration stage, but I faced him in that sparring match, and I can assure you that his powers are definitely superior to those of Elder Hui. Even late body integration cultivators like you and I would most likely find it quite difficult to defeat him. On top of that, the golden body that he's cultivated most likely stems from some top-grade cultivation art from the Elder Devil race, so he should be able to control true devilish chi. Perhaps that ability will come in useful in an unexpected way during our journey. Of course, he's not entirely indispensable. If he doesn't want to join us, then I'll just have to find another powerful vagrant cultivator, the Long family patriarch replied in a confident manner. Seeing as the Long family patriarch had already established his plans, Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns didn't press the issue any further. "I'm the Holy Maiden of the artifact spirit race, so I obviously won't go back on my word. Seeing as you've already made up your mind, I won't speak any further about this. I'll be leaving this devilish bead with you. You've already learned the method to use it, and I've signed the agreement with your human race on behalf of our spirit race, so I won't stay here any longer. I'll be setting off to return to the spirit race tomorrow. I'll have to ask you to oversee the collaboration between your Long family and our artifact spirit race. Rest assured, our collaboration is a mutually beneficial one, so I'll definitely be paying my due diligence. Looks like the next time you and I meet will be after the commencement of the devilish tribulation," the Long family elder replied with a nod. After that, they exchanged some more pleasantries before Holy Maiden Thousand Autumns also departed. Meanwhile, Hanli had already returned to his living quarters and was lying on a large bed in his pavilion, contemplating something in silence. The fact that the entire human race only had one Grand Ascension cultivator in the form of Mo Jianli was an indication of just how difficult it was to reach the Grand Ascension stage. Hanli had already been blessed with immense fortune during the course of his cultivation journey, but he still wasn't confident in his ability to reach that level. As such, the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus were naturally very tempting to him. Under normal circumstances, he would have agreed to the Long family patriarch's invitation without any hesitation, but due to his current circumstances, he could only delay in providing a response. The issue that he was facing was naturally none other than sacred ancestor Yuan Cha. He and this sacred ancestor of the elder devil race were sworn enemies, so he was naturally extremely averse to the idea of venturing into the elder devil realm. If his identity were to be exposed during his time in the Elder Devil realm, sacred ancestor Yuan Cha would definitely hunt him down for destroying that fragment of her spiritual sense back in the human world. Of course, Hanli was also unwilling to immediately turn down the Long family patriarch's offer and give up on the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus. After all, an opportunity that could increase his chances of reaching the Grand Ascension stage was an extremely rare one. If he were to give up on it, perhaps he would lose the chance to reach the Grand Ascension stage in the future. With that in mind, Hanli really was at a loss for what to do. After contemplating this issue for a while, a wry smile appeared on his face. Of course, this wasn't a predicament that had no solution at all, but the solution would be for him to progress to the late body integration stage prior to venturing into the Elder Devil realm. With late body integration stage powers and the vast array of powerful treasures and abilities at his disposal, he was confident that he would at least be able to ensure his survival even in the face of sacred ancestor Yuan Cha. For someone else, progressing from the early body integration stage to the late body integration stage in just a few centuries was naturally nothing more than an implausible joke, but with all of the unique assets that Hanli possessed, it wasn't a completely impossible task to achieve. In particular, he still had his agreement with Qing Yuanzi. He had already gathered enough items to fulfill the agreement, and if he could get his hands on the divine infernal river elixir that was sorely sought after even by the 4 demon monarchs, there would naturally be a much higher chance for him to reach the late body integration stage. As long as he could progress to the late body integration stage prior to the commencement of the journey, he was definitely willing to take a risk. However, if he couldn't achieve such a feat, then he would have to make a decision based on the situation. In any case, he definitely wouldn't give up on the spirit cleansing pond and clean spirit lotus without putting in his best effort. Having made that decision, Hanli cast aside this train of thought and swept a sleeve through the air, releasing a dozen or so formation flags that conjured up an invisible restriction around the room. After that, he closed his eyes and began to meditate. The next morning, Fairy Xiao Feng and Elder Xiao came to Hanli's pavilion to pay him a visit, only to find that it was completely empty, and Hanli and Bai Guo'er were nowhere to be seen. The two of them could only exchange a wry smile upon seeing this. Meanwhile, Hanli and Baiguar were already hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, racing rapidly through the air on an azure flying carriage. Hanli was seated with his legs crossed in a corner of the flying carriage, inspecting a tattered book in his hand. Baiguar was standing at the front of the carriage, holding a formation plate in one hand. There was a layer of azure light flashing over the surface of the formation plate, and it was controlling the flying carriage in its flight. Even though she had only been with Hanli for several years, she had successfully reached the foundation establishment stage through the use of the pills that Hanli had provided her with. As such, she was able to just barely control this flying carriage through the help of the formation plate in her hand. After flying for close to 2 hours in silence, Baiguar cast a surreptitious glance toward Hanli, only to find that he seemed to still be completely absorbed by what he was reading. She pouted slightly with displeasure, and asked, "Master, where are we going next? This doesn't seem to the direction that Deep Heaven City lies in. Aren't we going to meet up with my senior martial brothers?" After accompanying Hanli for several years, Baiguar had developed a certain level of understanding of Hanli's personality. On top of that, Hanli had stepped in several times during these past few years to alleviate the pain inflicted on her by her frost poison, so she had become quite close with him. Hanli didn't even raise his head as he replied, "Oh. Do you miss your senior martial brothers? Do you miss senior martial brother Qi Lingzi or senior martial brother Hai?" Baiguar immediately blushed upon hearing the teasing tone in Hanli's voice, and she hurriedly replied, "What are you saying, master? I don't miss them, I just think that they're very interesting." She was still quite young, but everyone in the spirit realm matured very early, so she was naturally somewhat aware of the nature of certain relationships between men and women. I was only making a joke. Last time we went to Deep Heaven City, I already gave them all of the pills and cultivation arts your senior martial brothers will require in their cultivation, so we won't be visiting them in the next few decades as that would only hinder their cultivation. On top of that, I left your senior Ice Phoenix back at the cave abode as well, so she should also be able to provide some cultivation instruction to them. In contrast, you have to stay by my side at all times due to your frost poison. Thankfully, you're still at a stage in your cultivation where you can improve solely by consuming pills, and I'm mainly going to be developing some abilities during this time, so I won't need to go into seclusion in the near future. Hence, we have to take advantage of this opportunity to roam all of the human regions and demon territories," Hanli replied. Baiguar hesitated momentarily, but her curiosity got the better of her in the end, and she asked, "Senior Ice Phoenix would definitely be more than capable of instructing my 2 senior martial brothers in their cultivation, but why are you exploring all of these places, master? A few years ago, we explored the entire Xianwu region. Are you looking for something?" A slightly dejected look appeared on Hanli's face, and he sighed, "I'm not looking for something, I'm looking for someone. If she's also ascended to the spirit realm, I should at least be able to find some information about her. Could it be that this person you're looking for is a loved one?" Baiguar suddenly asked. Hanli was rather taken aback. "Oh. How did you know?" Baiguar gave a rather bashful smile before a hint of a curiosity appeared in her eyes. "I made a guess. Whenever my grandmother speaks about my deceased grandfather, her tone and expression are exactly the same as yours just now. Could it be that this person you're searching for is your Tao companion? Why have I never heard you mention her before? Alright, there's no need for you to pry into my matters. I'm mainly embarking on this trip to search for that person, but also as a journey to consolidate my mental state. I've only recently progressed to the early body integration stage, after all, so I need to forge a strong foundation before I can try to make further advancements. We're going to the Tianling region next. I heard that the region has become rather chaotic ever since the spirit sovereign's passing, so hopefully we can find some information there," Hanli replied. The Tianling region. I heard the Spirit Sovereign competition to decide the next Spirit Sovereign is going to be held there in a few years. Why don't you participate and take that title for yourself, Master? With your powers, you should have a very good chance, Baigora suggested with a smile. Hee, what nonsense are you spouting now? How could I possibly have a chance at securing the Spirit Sovereign position with my lackluster cultivation base? Besides, I have no intention of competing for that position anyway. Alright, focus on driving the spirit carriage. I have to go back to my reading now. Hanli chuckled before ignoring Baigora and turning his attention back to the book in his hand. Baigora still had many questions she wanted to ask Hanli, but she naturally didn't dare to ask them now. As such, she pouted with displeasure as she abruptly increased the rate at which she injected magic power into the formation plate, causing it to suddenly accelerate. However, Hanli paid no heed to this, and it seemed that he had truly become completely absorbed by the book in his hand. Thus, the azure flying carriage continued onward as a ball of azure light, vanishing into the distance in the blink of an eye. During the following 2 decades, Hanli trekked across all of the 3 human regions and 7 demon territories, occasionally investigating leads that he discovered. However, following the passage of those 20 years, he suddenly disappeared without a trace from the human race. During this time, there were rumors circulating among high-grade demonic beings that they had seen Hanli on occasions in some of the markets of the demon race. However, these rumors didn't have any supporting evidence, so they remained as unsubstantiated rumors. After several more decades, there was truly no further news of Hanli. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 200 years had passed since the Myriad Treasure Convention. During this time, many major events had taken place in both the human and demon races. The position of the Spirit Sovereign was finally claimed by a mysterious female cultivator over 100 years ago. This new Spirit Sovereign was only at the mid-body integration stage, but she managed to defeat 11 cultivators who competed with her for this position, 3 of which were late-body integration cultivators. This naturally created quite a stir among the 2 races, and it was a popular conversation topic among high-grade beings for a long time. Even though the new Spirit Sovereign had only claimed the position not long ago, she was able to get the Spirit Sovereign's past subordinates to pledge their allegiance to her in a very smooth fashion, and not long after that, order was restored to the once chaotic Tianling region. Thus, the 3 sovereigns were complete once again. Another major event was that the Holy Island, which was the sacred land of the human and demon races, suddenly declared that the 2 races would temporarily set aside their differences with the nearby enemy foreign races to form a 1,000-year alliance. During the next 1,000 years, not only would there be no battles between these races, they had to provide their assistance to any of the races that were part of the alliance that came under peril. This announcement naturally created a massive stir as well. At this point, the streak of white light was already heading directly toward a certain market within Deep Heaven City. Several hours later, the streak of white light landed in front of the human and demon exchange center within the market. The white light receded to reveal a silver-robed young woman who appeared to be around 16 to 17 years of age. She had an oval face and a pair of large bright eyes. Her delicate cheeks were tinged with a rosy complexion, and she had grown to become quite a beauty. After issuing some spirit stones to the guard in front of the exchange center, then accepting a treasure that would conceal her identity, she strode into the hall, enshrouded within a ball of spiritual light. Moments later, she appeared inside the main hall of the exchange center, where over 100 other people were present, all of whom had also been concealed within balls of spiritual light, creating quite a lively and bustling scene. Baigora quickly inspected her surroundings before her gaze settled on a certain direction, and she strode toward a certain corner of the hall. There, a demonic cultivator enshrouded within a cloud of black chi was standing in silence. As soon as Baigora approached the demonic cultivator, the black chi around the latter churned slightly, and a pristine white hand reached out, holding half of a jade pendant. Bai Guo flipped her hand over upon seeing this, and produced half a jade pendant as well. The two halves of the jade pendant were then connected to form a whole, and Bai Guo was quite relieved to see this. A pleasant female voice rang out from within the black chi, and she seemed to be familiar with Bai Guo. Hee, so it's you again. Is your master still in seclusion? Ah, I didn't expect you to come here in person, Senior Qin. Indeed, my master is still in seclusion, Bai Guo replied in a slightly surprised manner. The materials your master requested this time are extremely valuable, so I couldn't entrust them to anyone else. I must say, your master never ceases to astound me. To think that he was able to nurture you to the mid-core formation stage in just over 100 years, the woman within the black chi sighed. This is all thanks to the pills that master gave me, and the efforts he made to cleanse my essence. Otherwise, there's no way I could have reached the core formation stage so easily with my aptitude, Bai Guo replied, and the tone of her voice suggested that she was very grateful toward her master. The woman within the black chi was none other than the heavenly fox being, Qin Suer, who had engaged in many transactions with Hanli in the past. Every once in a while, Hanli would send Bai Guo to this place to exchange for items with Qin Suer in his stead. In any case, it's still very impressive that you were able to make such fast progress. If you continue in this manner, there's a very good chance that you could progress to the deity transformation stage or even spatial tempering stage in the future. Alright, that's enough rambling from me, let's begin our exchange, Qin Suer said as she pulled out a purple wooden box and handed it over to Bai Guo. Thank you for your words of praise, Senior. A sweet smile appeared on Bai Guo's face, and she flipped a hand over to produce a blue ring. 2 hours later, Bai Guo re-emerged from the hall, then made her way over to a secluded corner before rising up into the air and flying back the way she had come from. 2 months later, she descended onto a massive mountain deep within a mountain range that was remarkably abundant with spiritual qi. Hee, you sure got back quickly this time, junior martial sister, looks like your trip must have been quite a smooth one. As soon as Bai Guo appeared in front of an azure stone gate halfway up the mountain, a boisterous male voice rang out from the other side, following which the gate opened on its own after a flash of azure light. An extremely handsome yellow-robed scholar who appeared to be around 30 years of age then strode out from within. It was none other than Hai Yuetian, who had been sent by Hanli to Deep Heaven City 200 years ago. Following the passage of 200 years, Hai Yuetian seemed to have become even more handsome. He was now a core formation cultivator as well, and his physical body was also far more powerful than it had been in the past. Bai Guo initially faltered momentarily at the sight of Hai Yuetian before a hint of elation appeared on her face. When did you get back, senior martial brother? I just completed a mission assigned to me by Deep Heaven City and I almost lost my life there, but I earned half a year's break for my efforts, so I returned to see if Master had come out of seclusion yet, Hai Yuetian replied with a smile. Did you manage to meet Master? Bai Guo asked. No, but I did manage to get a few vials of pills from Master's second nascent soul. If everything goes smoothly, I'll also begin attempting a breakthrough to the mid-core formation stage in the next few years. Come to think of it, it's pretty embarrassing that my cultivation base is inferior to yours, even though I'm supposed to be the senior martial brother, Hai Yuetian chuckled. Surely you jest, senior martial brother, you're pursuing the path of simultaneous cultivation, so your true overall power is far superior to mine. On top of that, Master is also pursuing simultaneous cultivation, so you'll most likely be the one to truly inherit Master's teachings. I should be the one who's envious of you. Even if we were only speaking in terms of magic power, my rate of progression can't compare with that of senior martial brother Qi Lingzi. He's already reached the pinnacle of the core formation stage in just 200 years and is about to prepare to manifest a nascent soul soon. Bai Guo chuckled in a modest manner. So what? No matter how powerful we become, I can only pose as an ordinary body refinement warrior in Deep Heaven City, and I don't even dare to let others know who my master is in case they try to get to master through me. Junior Marshal Brother Chi Lingzi is also in the same boat. Every time we come back to visit Master from Deep Heaven City, we have to sneak around like a pair of thieves, whereas you can come and go as you please from Deep Heaven City as Master's disciple, Hayuatian sighed in an envious manner. I'm only able to appear in public as Master's disciple as I have to regularly visit Deep Heaven City to run errands for Master, whereas you and Senior Marshal Brother Chi Lingzi were sent to Deep Heaven City for training, so our situations are completely different. Speaking of Senior Marshal Brother Chi Lingzi, his cultivation aptitude and the cultivation arts that he inherited have received glowing praise even from Master, so perhaps he'll go further than us when it comes to cultivation, Bai Guo'er said with a smile. That's for sure. Come to think of it, Master has been in seclusion ever since he returned to the human race with you a century ago, leaving his second nascent soul on Senior Ice Phoenix to instruct us in our cultivation. I wonder how Master's own cultivation is progressing. A hint of concern appeared in Hai Yuetian's eyes as he spoke. Rest assured, Senior Marshal Brother. Master spent 100 years scouring the human regions and demon territories searching for someone, but after failing in his search, he decided to temporarily give up on it and went into seclusion to try and make a breakthrough to the mid-body integration stage. If I'm not mistaken, he most likely won't be coming out of seclusion until he reaches the mid-body integration stage, Bai Guo'er replied in a reassuring manner. Even with Master's extraordinary powers, surely it would take at least 1,000 years of arduous cultivation to reach the mid-body integration stage. Is he planning to be in seclusion for 1,000 years? Hai Yuetian exclaimed. I don't know about how other body integration stage seniors cultivate, but our master was once able to match a late body integration cultivator in battle at just the early body integration stage, so his powers definitely aren't inferior to those of a mid-body integration cultivator, and I'm sure he has some methods to increase his rate of progression. I think he'll definitely emerge from seclusion prior to the commencement of the devilish tribulation, Bai Guo'er said in a confident manner. That's true. Master must have made the decision to try and progress to the mid-body integration stage as quickly as possible precisely because of the imminent tribulation, Hai Yuetian replied with a nod. Both he and Bai Guo'er were very confident that Han Li would be able to reach the mid-body integration stage, and it was no wonder that this was the case. During these past years, not only had Han Li given them many powerful cultivation arts, whenever they had encountered bottlenecks in their cultivation, he had been able to assist them in breaking through these bottlenecks with ease through nothing more than some words of advice or a few vials of precious pills. This was the main reason why they had been able to progress so quickly in their cultivation, and due to this, not only had they developed a great deal of respect and gratitude toward their master, they had also developed this impression that their master was an unfathomable, almost omnipotent figure. After that, Hai Yuetian and Bai Guo'er chatted for a while longer before the former departed from the cave abode and flew away as a streak of blue light. As for Bai Guo'er, she entered through the azure gate and made her way toward the backyard of the cave abode through a corridor. After passing through several layers of restrictions, she arrived on a large grassland with white clouds drifting in a blue sky overhead, and an abundance of spiritual qi in the surrounding area. At the center of the grassland were two small mountains, each of which was over 1,000 feet tall. One of them was inky black, while the other was as green as jade. In between these two mountains was a white jade pavilion with 3 levels, and was enshrouded within a dense 5-colored light barrier. An independent small world had been manifested behind the cave abode, and it appeared to be no different to the outside world. There was currently a humanoid figure seated on each of the 2 small mountains, one of which was a green-skinned figure that was around 20 feet tall with purple light around its body, while the other was a shimmering golden figure that was enshrouded within black qi. From afar, both of these figures appeared to have facial features that strongly resembled Han Li's, and they both had their eyes tightly shut. In the instant that Baigor strode onto the grassland, the golden Hanli slowly opened his eyes before casting his gaze toward her. "Greetings, master, I brought back the item that you requested," Baigor immediately said as she extended a respectful curtsy, then flipped a hand over to produce a purple wooden box, which she offered to Hanli with both hands. "Thanks for your hard work, Gwor. Now then, let me see if this item will actually prove to be useful to me," the golden figure said with a benevolent smile, and his voice was identical to Han Li's as well. The golden figure then waved a hand toward Baigor, and the purple wooden box immediately flew toward him before being drawn into his grasp. He swept a hand over the wooden box, and its lid was immediately removed, revealing several egg-sized black demon cores within the box. The demon cores were giving off a strange repugnant odor that was very pungent and nauseating. However, the golden figure was very pleased at the sight of these demon cores, and he nodded as he closed the box again before smiling as he turned to Baigor. "Well done, Gwor, these are perfect for me. I've finally gathered all of the materials I need. From now on, I'll be withdrawing my second nascent soul and activating the formation here to completely seal off this place from the outside world. Don't disturb me unless your lives are in peril or the devilish tribulation strikes earlier than expected. The next century or two will be the most critical juncture of my cultivation, and requires my wholehearted attention. I've already given Fairy Phoenix all of the pills and spirit stones that you and your senior martial brothers will require for your cultivation. If you need something, you can go to see her. I hope to see improvements from all of you when I emerge from my seclusion." Baigor's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, and she exclaimed, "What? You're going to cut off all ties to the outside world? How long will you be in seclusion for, master?" "That's hard to say. If everything goes well, I'll emerge from seclusion in a few decades. Otherwise, it could take 200 to 300 years, the golden figure hesitantly replied with his brows furrowed slightly. "In that case, I can only wish you the best of luck, master." Baigor was quite reluctant to part with Hanli for so long, but she knew that he wouldn't change his mind about something like this, so she could only extend a deep parting bow. Hopefully, I'll be able to see you again soon, Gwor." These words had been spoken by someone from within the white jade pavilion rather than by the golden figure. Immediately thereafter, the two humanoid figures sitting on the two mountains rose to their feet and made hand seals in unison, upon which they vanished into thin air. In the next instant, a massive light formation appeared beneath each of the small mountains, then quickly expanded in all directions. Moments later, the entire grassland had been encompassed by the light formations, and halos of five-colored spiritual light were sweeping through the entire surrounding area. Everything began to twist and warp, and in the end, the light faded into an all-encompassing sea of five-colored mist. At this point, Baigor had already retreated out of the grassland, and she stared at the sea of mist in a slightly lost and disoriented manner. After a long while, she heaved a faint sigh before departing. Meanwhile, Hanli was seated on a yellow futon on the first floor of the white jade pavilion within the five-colored sea of mist. There was a giant golden cauldron that was around 10 feet tall and had a radius of several tens of feet hovering before him. He was appraising the cauldron through narrowed eyes, and there were silver flames burning around the cauldron, while a strong and peculiar scent was slowly wafting out of it. From a bird's-eye perspective, one would discover that there was a type of mysterious liquid bubbling within the giant cauldron. Not only was the liquid extremely vibrant in color, it was bubbling and churning incessantly. This strange scent was primarily a spicy one, intermingled with an intoxicating fragrant aroma. All of a sudden, Hanli flipped a hand over, and the purple wooden box brought to him by Baigor appeared in his hand. Azure light flashed, and the lid of the box flew off on its own to reveal the dark green demon cores. With the poison from the demon cores of these glacial devilish spiders, I should be able to master the final stage of the chaotic myriad poison body. If I can combine this with my 12 awakening transformations, my body will be virtually as indestructible as those of the legendary true spirits, Hanli murmured to himself in an excited manner. He flicked his wrist, and the demon cores within the wooden box all flew out before falling into the giant cauldron. They then quickly dissolved and became a part of this mysterious liquid. After that, Hanli made a hand seal, and the silver flames down below rose up to envelop virtually the entire giant cauldron. The liquid within the cauldron immediately began to bubble and churn even more violently, and Hanli's expression remained unchanged as he appraised the cauldron, but there was a very serious look in his eyes. The recipe for this cauldron of liquid, which had been refined from over 100 types of extremely poisonous substances, was something that he had secured from the body refinement method that accompanied the heaven match bell he had obtained during the Black Realm Exchange Convention. If Hanli wanted to cultivate the second stage of the spirit refinement technique, then he had to improve his physical constitution, so he was naturally very interested in all body refinement methods. The heaven match bell was largely useless to him, but the body refinement method that accompanied it was quite remarkable. That much had been made apparent to him by the sight of that body refinement warrior who had struck the bell during the demonstration in the exchange convention. This was the main reason why he had decided to exchange for that heaven match bell. He didn't immediately study this foreign body refinement method during the course of the Myriad Treasure Convention, but he had studied it in great detail during his travels throughout the human regions and demon territories thereafter, and he was stunned and elated by what he had seen. This chaotic myriad poison body was a body refinement method that had far exceeded his expectations. It was split up into 7 stages, and progressing up each stage allowed one to drastically enhance their physical body. Upon mastering all 7 stages, even a mortal human would possess a body as powerful as that of a high-grade demonic cultivator, and they would also be immune to all poisons. The only problem was that in order to cultivate this body refinement method, one had to bathe in a specially made pool of poison. As one progressed up the stages, the toxicity of the poison used had to become more and more potent. Of course, this was an extremely dangerous endeavor, and according to the information enclosed in the cultivation art, the vast majority of people who attempted to cultivate it had perished. On top of this, the cultivation art had been invented by foreign beings with bodies far more powerful than those of humans. As such, if a normal human were to try and use this cultivation art, their chances of survival would be extremely low. The man who had struck the heaven match bell during the exchange convention was already an outstanding talent when it came to body refinement, but even he had only managed to master the first 2 stages and didn't dare to progress any further than that. Of course, none of this was an issue for Hanli. His physical constitution and resistance had both reached a point that normal humans could only ever dream of, so there wasn't much danger involved in cultivating this chaotic myriad poison body for him. On top of that, he had already begun to make use of the crystal moon liquid he had received from Kai Luiying. Every once in a while, he would smear the liquid all over his body, then use a secret technique to absorb it in order to further enhance his own physical body. As such, the possibility of him being struck by backlash from cultivating the chaotic myriad poison body was virtually negligible. Additionally, he had been drinking a small cup of red silk immortal wine once every few days for these past years, and much to his surprise and elation, this wine was also able to enhance his physical constitution. However, its enhancement effect was different from that of the chaotic myriad poison body and the crystal moon liquid. In contrast, the effect was extremely minute, but it could steadily improve his physical constitution over a long period of time. If he didn't drink the wine for a long period of time, the effect would be virtually unnoticeable, but if he were to persist, then he would benefit immensely over the long run. As such, Hanli naturally became more confident in his chances of reaching the late body integration stage. Once he returned from his travels, he immediately began to search for all types of poisonous items and substances. The first few stages of the chaotic myriad poison body were quite easy to cultivate, and normal poisonous ingredients sufficed. However, the poisonous ingredients required for the final 3 stages were extremely difficult to find in the human regions, so he had no choice but to rely on Qin Su'er. After spending over 100 years, he had finally cultivated the chaotic myriad poison body to the 6th stage, and on this day, he had gathered all of the ingredients required to cultivate the 7th and final stage. The final ingredient, which were the demon cores of the glacial devilish spider, were extremely rare even in the demon race, and it took Qin Su'er several decades to find them. Of course, Han Li had also been constantly cultivating his provenance true devil arts and magic power during these past years. Through some experimenting, he discovered that the green liquid within the mysterious small vial was effective on corrosive poison weed, and he had successfully germinated some seeds from the spirit medicines he had brought back from the vast glacial realm. With those ingredients, he was able to refine several types of pills that could enhance even the magic power of body integration cultivators. Han Li had expended a vast amount of time and effort to gather both the recipes and ingredients for these pills, and if any of these pills were to be taken to the outside world, countless body integration cultivators would wage war over them. After all, there were very few types of pills in the human and demon races that could enhance the magic power of a body integration cultivator, and the production quantity of these pills was downright pitiful. Even if some body integration cultivators were to come into possession of such pills, they would save the pills for when they attempted breakthroughs, as they were far too precious to be consumed on a normal basis. However, with his mysterious small vial, Han Li was able to take one of these pills every few days. If other body integration cultivators were to learn of his outrageous pill consumption schedule, they'd most likely die of envy. As such, Han Li was able to improve his magic power at a rate that was 7 to 8 times as fast as that of normal body integration cultivators. As a result, he had already made drastic improvements after just 200 years of cultivation. If he could master the final stage of the chaotic myriad poison body, he was confident that he would be able to progress to the mid-body integration stage after around 100 more years of cultivation. With his immensely powerful physical body and spiritual sense, as well as his virtually endless supply of pills, his chances of breaking through this bottleneck were relatively high, even though it was virtually insurmountable to many of his peers. All of a sudden, azure light flashed from Han Li's body, and he slowly rose up into the air, still in a seated position with his legs crossed. He levitated through the air until he arrived directly above the giant cauldron, following which all of his clothes were stripped away amid a flash of azure light, and he plunged directly into the cauldron down below. The vibrant, colorful poisonous liquid immediately inundated his entire body with the exception of his head, and a clear cry suddenly rang out from the silver flames outside the cauldron. Several silver fire ravens took shape within the flames, each of which was around a foot in size, and they flapped their wings as they flew around the cauldron while blasting constant streams of silver flames out of their beaks. The liquid within the cauldron immediately began to heat up dramatically, and clouds of 5-colored poisonous mist permeated throughout the entire room. It was impossible to see Han Li through the mist, and only a series of crackles and pops could occasionally be heard coming from within it. Time slowly passed by, and the restrictions around the site that Han Li was cultivating at remained undisturbed. This place was completely silent and deserted, aside from the occasions where Han Li's 3 disciples came to check on the restrictions. Several years later, Qilingzi successfully manifested a nascent soul and became a high-grade guard of Deep Heaven City. After several decades of arduous cultivation, Baigora also finally reached the late core formation stage. However, in order to find a catalyst that would allow her to manifest a nascent soul, she embarked on a lonesome trip through the human regions after bidding farewell to Han Li in front of the sea of 5-colored mist. As for Hai Huatian, he had also reached the mid-core formation stage, and following Baigora's departure, he became the disciple that most frequently visited the site where Han Li was cultivating. Thus, 120 years flew by. On this day, Hayuatian was flying through the air in a translucent canoe several tens of kilometers away from Han Li's cave abode. All of a sudden, his expression changed slightly, and he immediately made a hand seal to bring the canoe to a sudden halt. He then cast his gaze into the distance in a bewildered manner, and was greeted by the sight of a pillar of five-colored wind. The pillar of wind was around 10,000 feet tall, and there were countless arcs of lightning flashing around it while bursts of rumbling rang out incessantly. The pillar of wind was situated right on top of Han Li's cave abode, and upon discovering this, a hint of elation appeared on Hayuatian's face as he murmured to himself, "Could it be that Master is about to make a breakthrough?" The phenomena in the distance lingered for close to half a day before finally dissipating, and everything returned to normal. Hayuatian immediately spurred on his canoe to fly toward Han Li's cave abode upon seeing this, and not long after that, he arrived in front of the azure stone gate before making a quick descent. Hayuatian hurriedly strode into the hall within the cave abode, and was greeted by the sight of a man and woman sitting across from one another. The elation on his face immediately grew more pronounced as he exclaimed, "Master! You really did come out of seclusion. Are you the one who triggered that phenomenon as well? Congratulations on making your breakthrough." The man was naturally none other than Han Li, who had just emerged from seclusion, and the woman beside him was the ice phoenix who had also been cultivating for many years within the cave abode. "Long time no see, Yuetian. The phenomenon was indeed triggered by my breakthrough to the mid-body integration stage. Thankfully, Fairy Phoenix was present to activate the cave abode's restrictions, which severely limited the phenomenon created by the influx of the world's origin chi. Otherwise, we could have attracted a lot of attention," Han Li replied with a smile. "All I can do is give everything I have," Han Li replied in an ambiguous manner. If someone else had said this to me, then I'd believe them, but seeing as it's Brother Han we're talking about, I'm sure you're at least 30% to 40% confident in your ability to reach the late body integration stage," the Ice Phoenix said with a hint of amusement in her eyes. Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this before bursting into laughter. "Ha, if that's what you want to think, then I certainly can't say anything to change your mind. Speaking of your plans to make a breakthrough to the late body integration stage, I must say that it's not a wise decision to leave the human race for so long at a time like this. The devilish tribulation is imminent, and we may have forged an alliance with the neighboring few races, but that'll only make the primordial world around the territories of these races even more chaotic," the Ice Phoenix continued as a concerned look appeared on her face. "I'm naturally aware of that, but this journey is an extremely important one, and it's one that I must undertake," Han Li replied with a serious expression. "In that case, I'm sure you have your reasons, and I won't try to dissuade you. However, you've only just made a breakthrough to the mid-body integration stage, so I'd advise you to consolidate your cultivation base before embarking on your journey," the Ice Phoenix said with a wry smile. "Thanks for your concern, Fairy Phoenix. I have no intention of leaving right away. It'll be at least 2 to 3 years before I embark on this journey. During this time, I'll have to trouble you to look after my 3 disciples," Han Li said with a smile. Even if you didn't ask, I would have been sure to instruct them diligently, so you can rest assured, Brother Han," the Ice Phoenix replied with a smile. Han Li was ecstatic to hear this, and he said, "Then I'll have to thank you in advance, Fairy Phoenix. By the way, following my departure, if you encounter some insurmountable problems, you can take the identification item I gave you and seek out the Gu family or Buddhist monk Jin Yu of Deep Heaven City." 2 months later, Qi Lingzi hurried back to Han Li's cave abode from Deep Heaven City, and Bai Gor also returned after half a year. Thus, the 3 disciples were instructed by Han Li in person, and all of the questions they had in their cultivation were quickly resolved. Thanks to Han Li's efforts to keep this information confidential, the outside world remained completely oblivious to the fact that he had progressed to the mid-body integration stage. Hence, 3 years passed by in a flash. On this day, the gate of the cave abode was slowly opened, and Han Li emerged in his usual set of azure robes, followed closely by the Ice Phoenix and his 3 unnamed disciples. "There's no need to accompany me any further than this, Fairy Phoenix. In my absence, you 3 have to make sure to work hard in your cultivation." This was why Han Li was so eager to progress to the late body integration stage. Once he reached that level, he would be able to attain a new trump card. With that in mind, he heaved a faint sigh before sending the gold-devouring beetle in his hand flying back into his sleeve. The azure light around him then tremored slightly before accelerating as it flew toward Deep Heaven City. He was a mid-body integration stage being, and that already made him the most powerful one among his brethren. There were 3 early body integration stage green limb beings standing behind him, and all of them also had resentment and fury burning in their eyes. During the horrendous scenes that had just ensued, they were completely powerless, immobilized by the white-robed woman's overwhelming aura while the black-robed man slaughtered their brethren in droves. Their brethren resisted with all their might, but over 1,000 of them were still slaughtered in a very short time. The astonishing powers and vicious methods of this duo evoked within them burning fury, but also a crippling sense of powerlessness. They knew that their race was truly on the brink of being wiped out. "I don't care about all that. Either you hand over the holy flower, or I'll erase your entire race from the spirit realm. You have no alternative options," the white-robed woman said in a completely cold and emotionless manner. The Grand Elder of the Green Limb race hesitated for a long while before replying, "Don't you think it's unbefitting of a grand ascension stage being like you to force your will on a small race like ours? Don't try to goad me. The holy flower of your race is extremely useful to me, so I'm taking it no matter what. Don't think that you can somehow talk your way out of this. I'll count to 10. If you don't hand over the holy flower by then I'll have to take it for myself," the white-robed woman said with a smile, but all of the green limb beings' hearts sank at the sight of her beautiful smile. 1. 2. The white-robed woman really did begin her countdown. Her voice was extremely delightful and pleasant to the ears, but to the surrounding green limb beings, it sounded like death knocking on their doors. "All right, I'll hand over the holy flower," the Green Limb Race Grand Elder finally said in a feeble and resigned manner. "That's a very wise decision. As long as you're willing to hand over the holy flower, I naturally won't trouble your race any further," the white-robed woman said with a smile as she tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear. The rest of the process was very simple. Under the instructions of the Green Limb Race Grand Elder, one of the green limb beings immediately descended into the valley and paid a visit to the restricted area of the green limb race. Close to an hour later, the green limb being returned and offered a green wooden box to the white-robed woman with a look of grief and indignation on his face. The woman didn't even open the box, she merely swept her spiritual sense toward it for a brief moment, following which her face immediately fell. The black-robed man stirred upon seeing this, and a vicious look reappeared in his eyes. This was quite an alarming sight to the surrounding green limb beings, and they immediately tensed up, anticipating more slaughter from this heartless duo. Thankfully, in the next instant, the white-robed woman merely issued an instruction to the black-robed man to depart from this place, following which her giant pink flower carried her away as a ball of red light. The black-robed man immediately followed along behind her as a cloud of black chi. Moments later, both of them had vanished into the distance, and all of the green limb beings heaved a collective sigh of relief. Even though they had lost their holy flower, for a weak race like theirs, it was already quite fortunate that they had managed to avoid being completely wiped out. The Grand Elder issued an order, and all of the green limb beings immediately flew down into the valley to clean up the remains of their brethren. Meanwhile, the white-robed woman and black-robed man were already tens of thousands of kilometers away. After flying for a while, the black-robed man couldn't help but ask, "Sacred Ancestor, is this holy flower not the item that you're looking for?" "No, it's only a spirit flower that's similar in outward appearance to the one I'm looking for. It's still an extremely rare spirit item in this realm, but it's not very useful to me at all," the white-robed woman replied in a calm voice. "So our efforts were futile once again," the black-robed man sighed in a disappointed manner. "That thing is not so easy to find. We've already searched through the major races in this nearby area. It's time to move on to neighboring areas. The Tianyuan continent isn't much larger than the Thunder continent, but there are several times as many races on this continent compared to the Thunder continent, so it will take quite some time to search through them one by one," the white-robed woman replied. "Yes, mistress," the black-robed man replied in a respectful manner before falling silent, not daring to ask any further questions. 80 years later, a group of flying spirit beings were flapping their wings with all their might, flying rapidly over a vast blue ocean. The group was comprised of both men and women, but they were all very young, and most of them were at the core formation stage, with even the most powerful ones among them only at the nascent soul stage. As they desperately flew through the air, they were constantly looking behind themselves with horrified looks in their eyes. In the distance, a silver thread suddenly appeared, and it began to close in on them at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye. An incessant burst of rumbling also rang out from within the silver thread, and the horror on the faces of the flying spirit beings were even further exacerbated. All of them began to expel mouthfuls of blood essence, or unleash life-saving secret techniques, or summoned all types of treasures and talismans. As a result, all of these flying spirit beings accelerated drastically, but even so, they only managed to just barely maintain around the same speed as the silver thread. After flying for close to 2 more hours, the flying spirit beings were finally running out of magic power and began to slow down once again. The silver thread behind them immediately surged forth, closing much of the distance between them in the blink of an eye. Upon closer inspection, one would find that the silver thread was a sea of powerful winds with no end in sight, and it was hurtling toward them at an incredible speed. Not only was the sea of wind extremely broad, it encompassed the entire sky in the distance, and there were countless bolts of lightning and hailstones within it. An incessant rumbling rang out from the sea of wind, and it was extremely menacing to behold. The flying spirit beings were only less than 100 kilometers away from the sea of wind, and they would be swept up by the winds in mere moments. Expressions of despair appeared on everyone's faces. They had embarked on this journey out to sea as part of their training, only to encounter the silver tide disaster that was vastly renowned in this area of the sea. In the face of such a disaster, their chances of survival were very slim. Even so, they naturally weren't going to just give up and resign themselves to their fates. One of the nascent soul stage flying spirit beings let loose a loud roar, and everyone gritted their teeth as they stopped fleeing. They then quickly formed a strange formation before each pulling a formation flag out of their storage bracelets and waving them in a desperate manner. You're tuning in to the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.